Hey you guys, I'm Lisa. This is Moon Sun Tarot. Thanks for vibing with me. I appreciate you being here. Um, I'm gonna do a pick a card reading on the topic of what gift did, does, will this particular connection give you. So have a particular connection in mind and keep in mind that one that you're not thinking of could also come up. So keep your mind open at the same time. If it resonates, but it's for a different person, maybe it's still something that you need to hear. But yeah, we're kind of going to look at what karmic gift this connection has given you. So, what lesson you've learned, what strength you've gained, how it's pushed you forwards in your perception or in life, literally, whatever the case may be, we'll take a look. And there's going to be a couple different parts to the reading. So, we'll start with an energy check to look at both people's energy within the connection and what the overall situation is. Super thirsty all of a sudden. Um, and then if that resonates with you, then we'll go on and we'll look at where you were before this connection, where you are after the influence of this person in your life, what gifts came from the connection, how you can use those gifts, and yeah, the healthiest sort of perspective to have on this connection and why essentially it was in your life. So, hopefully that sounds interesting to you. We are going to do 4 different groups, and I have 4 different perfumes here for you guys to choose from. So, the first one is Bad Boy. Bad Boy by Carolina Herrera, I think her name is. Bad Boy. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? That's group number 1. Group number 2 is Versace, Crystal Noir. Crystal Noir. Okay, group 2. Group number 3 is Nirvana. This is by Elizabeth and James. Nirvana. That's group 3. And the last group is this Clean Reserve perfume, Brilliant Peony. Brilliant Peony. That's group number 4, okay? I'm going to put an overhead picture of all 4 of them on top of the cards right now so that you can compare them next to each other and see which energy stands out most to you, or if more than one energy stands out to you. So you can take a look and see what you feel intuitively called to. And yeah, your timestamps when you have chosen a group or groups will be in the pinned comment as well as the info box down below. And there's also any information most likely that you're looking about in terms of me, how to follow me on social media, how to book a personal reading. My Etsy store is open for that right now. I think I have a few spots left, and then I'll be going on vacation, so I won't be not doing them for a little bit. But yeah, the link to the Etsy store, if you are interested in one of those, is in the info box below. All sorts of stuff like that. So hopefully that was long enough for you to get a vibe, catch a vibe. Thanks for being here, you guys. I just appreciate your energy and the community and your support. I'm sending you lots and lots of love, and I will see you at your group. Hi, group 1. Okay, so you're in group 1 if you chose the Bad Boy. This is actually cologne. It's the only one out of the 3 piles that is cologne, not perfume. It smells pretty sexy, not going to lie. Bad Boy. Okay, well, let's get into your reading and see what wants to come out about this connection. So I already laid down the cards for the first part, the energy check. So I'm just going to clarify as we go through to dig deeper into the messages for you. And also keep in mind that the roles can be reversed. So if I'm talking to you like, you know, your side and it sounds like them, and then just reverse it if you want to, okay? If that's how it's resonating for you. But I'm going to start as if the first side is you and the second side is your person. And we're just going to look at your energies within the connection and how you're thinking and feeling about each other before we get into the rest. Okay, so on your side of things, your energy within this connection is the King of Cups in reverse. I feel almost like there was a level of like emotional disempowerment is kind of what I'm getting from this. You weren't totally empowered in your emotions within this connection, or maybe you aren't still. It could have been that there wasn't space to grow in a deep kind of like meaningful way within this connection because there wasn't like the two of you or one of you didn't know how to express your emotions or how to communicate in an emotional kind of way, right? But this is coming through as your energy. So King of Cups in reverse. Tell me more about that. This can also be like an overwhelm of emotion. Like maybe something about this connection just really triggered you or brought out like a tsunami of really deep, intense feelings that you didn't know what to do with. Because the King of Cups in reverse can also be someone who's just really, they're not really totally in control of their feelings. The Two of Swords. And the Six of Cups. This is coming through as an emotional unavailability actually as well here. It's because of something that happened in the past. It's like you could be person like, well, I'm not going to say person one and person two. I'm just going to say this is you, this is them. So you could be someone who has experienced a lot of trauma in the past, specifically in relationships with people. And now when new opportunities come your way, you tend to be someone who stays on the fence about them for a little bit, maybe because you just, there's like that worry in the back of your head that like, well, if this happened once, then it could happen again. Or maybe you just automatically assume that it's going to end up the same way. Not it just could, but it's going to. But it's telling me that this is an illusion. Like the assumption that everything's going to end in grief is an illusion that is being created out of some sort of anxiety or stress. And I feel like it's not allowing you to open up to new opportunities, at least not fully. Or maybe when you start opening up to a new opportunity, you kind of just like freak out because you get triggered. Like your trust issues get triggered or something. But it's what keeps you from actually deeply investing emotionally is just being on the fence, like being in a state of indecision based on things that you've experienced in the past. Did I even show you the King of Cups in reverse? I don't know. The Five of Wands is your perception of the person or the situation, and your feelings are the Four of Cups. Wow. Kind of going through it. You're kind of going the fuck through it. You're definitely someone with this capacity to feel a lot. The King of Cups energy is Scorpio energy for me, but it could be Cancer or Pisces as well. there's a lot of watery energy here, and I just feel like you have the capacity to feel a lot, and when you do feel, it's like the extreme of that feeling that you're feeling, you know? So you're not just feeling happiness, you're feeling ecstasy. You're not just feeling pain, you're feeling like astonishment, like complete destruction or devastation. Do you know what I'm saying? And it feels like the situation has kind of shaken you up. There's, with the Five of Wands being how you perceive it, is you're aware that there's some form of conflict here, or just a chaotic sort of energy within this connection, or the energetic thread between you and this person. It could just be like overly stimulating too. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It just could be there's a lot of energy and it's kind of like two hurricanes coming together, and then, you know, how are you going to really be able to understand what the hell's happening when two hurricanes collide, right? The Two of Pentacles is here, and the Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck. You're undecided about this. You're in a state of conflict, and you're perceiving this situation almost as something that is out of your hands with that Wheel of Fortune. You're kind of just like, well, this is a shit show, and I'm aware that it is, but all I can really do is watch what is unfolding around me and be like an observer. There's almost a sense that something, it's like anticipation. You can feel something coming, and you don't know whether you should be like dreading it or excited about it. Tell me about that Four of Cups. There is a sense of like disappointment though, and I feel like you're trying not to disconnect. You're trying not to become sort of like detached and ambivalent. Trying not to go into this like bummed out state. Yeah, where you shut down new opportunities, you shut down even the lessons or the wisdom that this could offer you, and you just kind of like turn it all off. This Four of Cups has a more evolved sort of depiction where she's not really just sitting crying over spilled milk or sitting in the disappointment in a kind of like Eeyore mood. She's meditating on the disappointment. It's almost like, what can I take from this, even if it didn't go the way that I really wanted it to, so that I can use that to at least evolve on a personal level and propel myself forwards. So maybe you're feeling disappointed by this situation, but you're kind of trying to take the approach that maybe I can find the higher road to still take, rather than just shutting off and, like I said, focusing on like what hasn't gone the way you wanted it to. There's also some oracle cards here for you. So you have this excitement. This is Mercury in Gemini, and then sitting on top of the world. Again, I feel like this person's energy is very stimulating, and it stimulates a very specific part of you. You could be very like intellectually turned on by them. You could just be turned on by the way they think or express themselves. Even just the way they move, I'm feeling. Our body language is obviously a form of how we express ourselves as well. So just even the way this person is in their own skin, how they hold themselves, I feel like, is very attractive to you. And it just made you feel good, like just being in their presence. Almost like your heart would speed up if they were even in the same room. There's this exciting like wavelength of energy between you that was almost invisible, but I feel like electric and kind of felt by both people. You also have this recalibrate what you're willing to compromise on, and it's falling underneath the King of Cups in reverse. So in this connection, you could have felt like you did compromise on something, a personal belief or a value. Maybe you feel like you kind of acted out of alignment with something there. I think you have the awareness that you have been in the King of Cups in reverse energy. Like maybe that's why you're trying to sort of get more of a grasp over your emotions here at this point. because things have felt chaotic. They have felt like sort of all over the place with this Five of Wands. And it's like, it's coming through mostly as an overstimulated energy. But like I said, it's kind of like two forces of nature crashing into one another. And now you are recalibrating because the impact affected you. You know, the impact had an effect on you. The impact of this connection, the impact of this person. Yeah. How this is playing out in your above and below, so in your conscious, like physical focused action and thought, versus what's going on under the surface in your subconscious or your emotions. So on the surface, you have this 10 of Cups, says 7878, so you might be seeing that number. Pisces, Mars, Lilith. And then the card says, I'll never tell you what I think again. I'll never tell you what I think again. I feel like there was some trust broken here, maybe. You might have opened up to this person. There might have been spillage, spilly cup, you know, spilly emotional cup. You might have really told this person how you thought or felt, and there's something that occurred that you're like, well, never doing that again. You could have shared with them, with this being the equivalent to the 10 of Cups, that, and Pisces Mars energy, like that you had intentions and desire to move forwards in a loving way with them. You could have been very open about your emotions with all this watery Pisces energy. But something occurred where you're like, well, I'm never telling you what I think again. You also have the King of Cups again, and the Ace of Wands. It says Scorpio, Kali, fire, and dangerous. And then this is what's happening in your like emotional undercurrents or in your soul. It says, I know the chaos is just parts moving, so the rest can come into being. And then the other one says, nothing real can be threatened. Nothing real can be threatened. I feel like on the surface, you're kind of freaking out. You might be overreacting a little bit, or it feels dramatic, but maybe the whole situation and the energy just feels that way as well. Not even saying it's like you doing anything, but it's like on the surface, you're having this response that's like, I gotta run, or I gotta cut you off. I really have to focus on maintaining or recalibrating to a state of internal peace because this has thrown me off. It made me feel good, but then it made me feel bad. It's like what goes up must come down. There was a high, and then you dropped into a state of uncertainty or some sort of low. But it's like under the surface, you still have this passion and this depth of emotion, and you're kind of like, maybe all of the chaos is just the Wheel of Fortune. Maybe it's just things falling into place so that this can actually come together in some crazy way. Because there's this part of you, I think, that still believes that this is real, and that if something is real, if something is truly meant for you, you can't lose it. It can't be threatened. So there's almost this sense on your side of things that, I don't know, as much of a gong show as it might be, you're still hanging in there with some hope. But I do feel like you're prioritizing yourself first and foremost. Okay, let's look at the other person's side, your person's side of things. Again, reverse it if you need to. Okay, so this person's side of things. Damn. Okay, well, they have 3 major arcana cards. You didn't have any. So this person, it's interesting because didn't I start by saying you might be going the fuck through it? This person might be going through it on another level. You feel like your life's out of control. Try having 3 major arcana cards in your energy. The universe is definitely having its way with this person. Let's just say that. Their energy within the connection is the moon. Well, They could have Pisces energy in their chart. There's also Taurus, Capricorn, Venus energy. I feel like this person kept a lot close to their chest here. They might have a very mysterious sort of energy or air to them. And I feel like they kept it like that on purpose. It's interesting. I'm getting the sense that you on your side of things, you were maybe really attracted to the mystery of that. You may have found that really sexy. But I feel almost that the truth of this moon energy is that there was actually a lot of fear and insecurities, and this person was quite triggered. You were also, I see that with the King of Cups in reverse, but I feel like this person was deeply triggered on a very emotional level as well. They maybe just kept it hidden a little bit better than you. You know what I mean? Because the moon is it's about our deepest doubts and fears. But it's also about not having the full vision, only being able to partially see. Tell me more about this moon energy. It's funny though. I feel like the moon is kind of like the dark, shadowy corners of your life or your insides that you kind of just like sweep things under the rug and you're like, I'll deal with that later. And then it becomes that thing that you constantly avoid because you're like, I don't even remember what I put over there. And I'm not looking to go and dig up a decade's worth of trauma, you know what I mean? Or whatever the case may be. The moon is like what is hidden in those corners that eventually will need to be seen and sorted out, right? And the journey of the moon is really one of those journeys or an energy of going to those deep places, right? And seeing what you find there and not being afraid to stumble a little bit in the darkness and allow it to ultimately reveal a lot to you. And I think that this person had been avoiding this energy, whatever lurks in the moon energy for them, for some time without it being triggered or without them being pushed into the challenge of actually dealing with it on some level. I think that this connection forced them into that space. And it's like, it might have terrified them. It might have frustrated them. It might have even angered them. But at the same time, I feel like ultimately it is liberating a part of them. Because once you face your fears, they're not holding you back. They're not pulling the strings behind the scenes anymore in the way that they had when you were giving your power away to them, right? This person doesn't even want to talk about their moon energy. Like, they don't even want to clarify. There you go. The star. Yeah, see, there's something very deep that needs to be healed within this person. Fortune. Wheel of Fortune in reverse at the bottom of the deck. The Three of Swords, sorrow in reverse. The Three of Pentacles, works. And the Six of Pentacles, prosperity. This person feels like they have to prove their worth. It's like they don't feel like they can accept love unless they work for it. Or they don't feel they can accept prosperity unless they like grind for it. This has something to do with relationships too, though. There's something here that's unhealed within them, but it makes them feel unworthy, maybe, of love. An old wound maybe that they haven't healed yet. Their perception of this is the Empress in reverse. That's really interesting. I'll tell you why later, but then their feelings are the devil. This person got incredibly triggered by you, and I don't think that this is your true energy or true nature, but this person is definitely seeing you as like... Didn't one of your cards say Lilith on the back? This is coming through as like Lilith energy, like dark feminine. Don't fuck with that person. I'm just going to stay in my lane. That person low-key, high-key scares the shit out of me, you know? Like, it's kind of like they see you as like a siren. And even though they're like 10 out of 10 would bone on the rocks like would do. Group number one, I feel like they're very attracted to you and like lured in by your energy almost. Like they're very drawn to you. But they're also like, I'm not looking to crash my ship on the rocks and die a perilous death at sea. You know, they're seeing you as something that is very like addictive feeling. Maybe they almost feel like they get obsessed with your energy, or they could easily just lose themselves in you. Because this Empress in reverse energy is almost like the energy of like a black hole. Like, I don't just pull in healthy abundance, I like consume everything around me kind of thing. That's what I'm feeling. They almost perceive this connection to be all consuming. This person might see you as having acted in a way that gave your power away at one point in time. Maybe they feel like you acted without care and without alignment to your morals, or just morals in general. This is their perception as well, so keep that in mind. It might not be the reality of it, but there's something here I feel like about this person being kind of like, I don't know, something left a bad taste in their mouth, or they're almost like, this person isn't who I thought they were. There's that sort of sense here. Tell me one more about the Empress in reverse. They feel like you could have helped them in some way, maybe, and you didn't. I don't know. It's a weird energy of like, they feel like you weren't generous towards them in some way. The Queen of Wands in reverse. It's almost like they feel as though the feminine energy that you hold is insecure. It could be as well. Keep in mind that you both triggered one another, so it's not like you were seeing the best in each other. You were seeing the worst in each other, most likely, with this connection. So their perception could just be based on, you know, the shadow that came out of you. But the Queen of Wands in reverse and the Empress in reverse is very like toxic feminine energy. Like, I will use my feminine wiles to manipulate and get what I want. I'll use my emotions to do the same thing. I'll cause drama to get what I want. Like, it's very, but it's all based on insecurity and not really knowing your worth. So it's interesting. Either this person sees you that way currently, or they are just seeing you not in your power, or else they're just perceiving the connection and the situation as a whole as something that is like, it can't grow. This person has like a level of certainty in the decision that they've chosen about this. They're like, no, for some reason here. Tell me about that devil in their feelings. They feel, there's something that had them feeling very like entrapped or tied up in this energy. Maybe they feel like it took their power away too. The Eight of Pentacles, Prudence in reverse. The Three of Pentacles works. This person on this side is very focused on themselves right now. They're focused on loving themselves, feeling liberated, feeling free, not having their energy oppressed or held down or tied up in any way. I don't feel like they're really looking to collaborate with people in general right now. They might not want to be in a relationship at all. They might just be seeing that as something that really like holds them down. They feel like it takes so much of their energy, maybe like this connection specifically, or maybe all. I'm not really sure. The Nine of Cups, happiness in reverse. Yeah. They're very decided that they're like, this does not make me happy. This cannot make me happy. I don't know what happened to make them so decided on that. It feels like a very practical choice. Maybe based on just how scared, like how much fear was triggered in them from this situation. It could have nothing to do with you, really. It could just be like you brought some things to light within them just through interacting with their energy that they did not want to look at. They weren't ready to look at. They're not man or woman enough to look at. Whatever the case may be, it scared them. This moon energy scared them. And I feel like they immediately pinned it on you and were like, nope, witch, burn her. Or like, that person's the devil. But I think it might just be because you made them look at their own shadow. And then they projected their shadow onto you. So keep that in mind. But they are very focused on themselves at this time. Like they have this be free, do what you love card. They have this be the person you want to fall in love with card. So this person's bettering themselves. They're doing healing. They're trying to just treat themselves the way that they ultimately want someone else to treat them. And I feel like they're trying to manifest things that will actually align with them and bring them joy. There's also this Moon in Cancer friendship card. It's right under the devil in their feelings for you. There's a part of this person that still feels very drawn to you. A part of them is like, maybe we could just be friends, you know? I don't know what it is about your energy, but they are compelled by it. It intrigues them. It pulls them in. They want it in their life, even though they're so sure that it's not good for them on one level, which again may or may not be the truth. But on the other hand, they're like very tempted to have you in their life in whatever way. I want to know more about that friendship card. It's kind of interesting. Ten of Swords, ruin in reverse. Two of Wands, influence in reverse. I feel like it's less of a risk in this person's mind to start as friends and see where things go. They're like, with risk, the potential of ruin is not there. This person couldn't completely destroy me if we're just friends. They can't influence me as powerfully if we're just friends, right? It's like they're trying to dance around, I feel like, the truth, which is that they do actually very badly want you in their life in some way. They see you as the Empress. Regardless of whether she's in the reverse right now or not, you hold the Empress energy and this person recognizes it in you. That is what ultimately scares them. And I mean, the dark side of the Empress, the shadowy side of the feminine, no, you don't want to no. It's not fun to deal with that. So if they did see some of your shadow, that could have been like, you know what? I'm going to go hide under the bed for a little while. But the devil energy, they feel like you are a very powerful person and they want you in their life in some sort of way. I feel like they can't really deny that. It's a pull. There's also some sort of it's like a comfort that they can't place that they have with you. That it feels like they've known you before. It feels like you've been friends before. I don't know. For some reason right now, this person is more comfortable with maybe approaching you and being friends, or it's like however they can have you around, but at arm's length and within their control of the engagement and interaction is what they're comfortable with, which isn't really, it's toxic, right? It's toxic. So in their above and below. So they have the 4 and 9 of Wands, Aries, Venus, energy. Murdered my ego when you walked away. Murdered my ego when you walked away. Yeah, good song. You found some sort of confidence with this Aries Venus 4 of Wands energy. And I feel like you actually did stand up for yourself here in some sort of way. You pulled back your energy, or you physically did walk away or put up some sort of barrier between you and this person. Or you let them walk away and you didn't chase them the way that they thought you would. Something like that. And this actually did deeply impact this person's ego. Because, like I said, no matter how badly they want to point the finger at you, and I guess, I don't know, maybe we'll see more in the rest of the spread about how true that really is, this idea they have of you. But it's coming through a little bit more on the side of they saw some of your shadow, which was provoked and triggered. I feel like theirs also was. And it's more about the deep fears and uncertainty and doubt that they have within themselves that they're really scared to look at. Under the surface, they have this 9 of Wands, Sagittarius moon energy. It also says ascendant and erotic on the back. And then it says, that's what really kills us humans, forgetting how to live before we die. Ooh, you triggered something deep in this person, group 1. You triggered something super deep in this person. They have a fear that they're not actually living their life to the fullest. And it's almost like you came in with this like slightly terrifying but and chaotic, I feel like, as well, a little bit to this person's like put together nature. You came in like a tornado into their life, right? And as much as the chaos frightens them, you also reminded them that they're not really living to the fullest degree. They're kind of just existing. And I feel like this stresses them out. It's like they want you around because of what you represent, because of what's missing in their life. There is like life and love and excitement missing from their life in some sort of way. And you triggered the knowledge of that. So now they're trying to find that within themselves. They're trying to be the person that they would want to fall in love with. They're trying to be liberated and pursue the things that they're passionate about. But I think you've also made them aware of some fears and maybe also of their ego, you know, in a way that's kind of uncomfortable for them. It seems like. Okay, let's see. The overall connection energy between the two of you guys is, now this is really interesting. You get the Divine Feminine card. You also have the Empress in reverse, which is exactly how they were perceiving the situation. And then this card with Kelvin and Hobbes on it. And it says, if good things lasted forever, would we appreciate how precious they are? There's something, this connection between the two of you has the ability to be very abundant, to almost like multiply, to be very fertile. I don't know, maybe you could have a family and kids with this person. But there's just the sense of like the two of you, if you brought your energies together in a healthy way, it could be incredibly fruitful. And there could be a lot of love as well with the Empress and the Divine Feminine both here. But there's this sense with the Empress in reverse that there was that both of you maybe don't completely know your worth. It's like this, the person, right? Your person, it was coming through it that they feel like they have to like work for love or work for the things that they gain. Otherwise, they don't feel comfortable accepting them just as who they are, right? And you had some emotional stuff coming through on your side about self-worth as well. So there's something here where the two of you came together, crashed into one another, triggered the hell out of each other. Neither one was really fully in their power. You woke each other up to your potential, the potential of the connection, but also your individual potentials, I feel like. And then maybe at this point in time, things have ended between the two of you, or you're just currently not talking. And it's kind of one of these energies where I feel like you're in a period now where you're meant to get more clarity on the connection and gain insight and appreciation for both yourself and this connection or whatever it taught you. It feels like right now is kind of an important time for that. What is the divine feminine? I want to see what it says about that in the book here. It's number 6. So you have 3 with the Empress and number 6 with the divine feminine. Okay, so it says the divine feminine is receptive, creative, empathetic, and emotional. In her highest aspect, she represents collaboration, nurturing, sharing, birthing, inclusiveness, and vulnerability in perfect harmony with the world around her. Drawing this card can indicate that more of the divine feminine energy is required for your current situation or relationship to thrive. This card can also represent a mother-sister relationship or powerful relationships with women. So yeah, this is definitely about the divine feminine energy. I feel like both of you need to soften into it in order to receive each other. Because like even the image I was getting before, right, about how you were 2 tornadoes coming together or 2 hurricanes crashing into each other, that to me feels like 2 very masculine, like almost aggressive, like action oriented force of nature sort of energies coming together. It feels like now this energy needs to soften and come into a state of empowerment so that it can be more accommodating. Not accommodating in the sense of like giving up parts of yourself that are important for you to sustain, but accommodating in the sense that you can at least make room to embrace this in your life if you want to. Because when we're so shut down and we're not accommodating at all, then it's like, well, why are you asking for the thing anyways then? Because when it comes, if you're not even going to make space for it, right? There is a level of compromise that's needed in relationships to just bring people together, just like the logistics of it, right? Okay, let's move on to the second part of this reading and take a look at the energies of the gifts, like what this person has brought into your life, where you were before them, where you are now. Okay, so where you were before them, where you are now. Okay. The gifts of this connection. Okay. And then here we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This person could have definitely been a test. A test. Okay. Let's see. Group number 1. See what is going on about this connection. My hair's driving me insane. It keeps like, there's one rogue piece that I feel like rubbing on my neck and it's annoying me. All right. Let's see what's going on here. So where you were before this person's influence in your life, the Hermit, the 7 of Swords, and the Star. Then you also have this archetype card of the hero or heroine. It came out in reverse. So it's talking about the shadow attributes, escapism, and a false sense of heroism. So you could have been in a very escapist kind of energy, a little bit delulu maybe in the pursuit of what you were going after here when this person kind of like bumped into you. You could have been in this energy, or this could have been a cycle that you had been in for some time before this person came around. It's almost coming through as a little bit rebel without a cause too, like you had all this passion but nowhere like real to put it or to focus it. Because with the Hermit, the Star, and the Seven of Swords, like the Hermit without a focus and the Star without a focus can very much be escapist sort of energies, right? Kind of just like hermiting, retreating into yourself, being in a state of isolation, because this Seven of Swords is in between them, which talks all about illusion and deception, not seeing the truth. So you could have almost been in an echo chamber of your own mind here, essentially, before you met this person. Nothing was really challenging your process, is kind of what I'm getting. I think you had good intentions, though, to be like, to understand yourself better, to heal, to grow, but I feel like you had also gotten as far as you could get on that journey before you met them. Anything else about that? The Knight of Cups in reverse. Maybe you weren't exposing your heart, and so you were too much in your head. You were overthinking things too much in that like Virgo, Aquarius energy. That is a lot of air energy. Yeah, it feels like you were disconnected from your heart and your emotions. That could have been why as well. You got pushed into the King of Cups in reverse energy when this person came in, because it's like going from feeling none of the things or not as much to feeling like all of the things when you collided with this person, right? Because, yeah, it's telling me there was something that needed to be balanced, and it had to do with you not being connected to your heart, maybe being in a very fiery, passionate, sexual, or mental energy, but not really in your intuition or your feelings as much as would have been helpful for you. Okay, the energy that you're in now after this person's influence in your life, you have the Page of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords, the Ten of Cups in reverse, and then the energy of the Scribe in the upright. So preserving knowledge and information. I feel like this is just the energy of you having learned a very important lesson through this connection. There's something here about not every opportunity offered to you is potentially the Ten of Cups in reverse. There are some doors that you don't need to open, like one's labeled hell, for instance. You can probably leave shut. I'm just kidding. But, you know, sometimes curiosity kills the cat, right? It's like, yeah, see, it's like there's options. Some of these cups hold like poisonous creatures, and some of them hold love. So maybe before just drinking out of all of them or accepting the opportunity as something that has potential weight in your life, right? There's something here about being able to use your discernment before you even let people get close, potentially. It's like you've learned a lesson, you've gained knowledge here or information that you can use moving forwards in your engagement with people. And you can maybe even share what you've learned to help other people that could be going through similar things. Something about seeing opportunities for exactly what they are and exactly what they aren't. Not trying to make something small, something big, right? This could have an element of like limerence to it as well. Kind of like emotional fantasy that kind of takes over when we're in that escapist kind of energy. Yeah, and it doesn't actually bring us the real thing. Because we're not like dreaming of it from a place of empowerment, right? We're just fantasizing. There's something here that's taught you something very important about. What's that 10 of Cups in reverse? The World in reverse. What? It's too many. It's a karmic cycle you hadn't closed out yet. There's also something here, potentially, the Magician in reverse, about calling a spade or believing someone when they tell you like who they are or what they're capable of. So you could have projected a lot of desires onto this person, potentially, just, or potential. It's almost like they were a blueprint, or you had the blueprint and you projected it potentially onto them. Could have been anyone, right? And didn't see the truth of the situation maybe as a result of that. There's a lesson that you learned about being careful about asking, careful what you wish for kind of energy is coming through. And it's because you hadn't learned this Saturnian lesson about what happens when you manifest things from a place of disempowerment. It's like you pull in disempowering manifestations that match that energy, right? So maybe you didn't realize that because you were manifesting from this kind of bored escapist place of illusion, to some degree before you met this person. Something about this, the nature of this connection, taught you about that. Okay. Gifts that this connection gave you. You have the 6 of Swords in reverse, the 4 of Swords in reverse, Judgment in reverse, and then the Oracle card, Resilience. I'll say. Damn. Kind of feels like you really had to put yourself through the ringer here a little bit to get to the point where you learned the lesson here. And it could be, I'm not shitting on you at all. It could be that you were kind of like, again, in a state of a bit of limerence or escapism, just not really seeing the reality, kind of like a Neptunian energy here, just confusion and isolation. And you needed something to kind of jolt you back to reality. I feel like you didn't really want to believe this person's actions for what they were. You tried to make them something else, almost, maybe. The 6 of Swords in reverse. One of the gifts this gave you, group 1, was it showed you exactly where you were blocked mentally, where you needed to move forwards in order to get to a place of empowerment in your mind where you would be able to discern and not put yourself through repetitive, heavy cycles that just drain you and make you not want to interact with anyone else ever again, Because something could have pushed you into this hermit star energy, where you were by yourself for a bit, healing because of another situation before that had kind of done the same sort of thing. Or maybe not the same thing, but had hurt you. One of the gifts that this connection gave you is that it showed you where you were stuck in a state of mental conflict and you were creating it for yourself. This connection was a rude awakening, I feel like. A very rude awakening is kind of the energy. Tell me about that 4 of Swords in reverse. I feel like you were ready to see these lessons though. The Page of Wands in reverse. You kind of assume the worst case scenario. There was some sort of paranoia here that you might have also projected onto this situation, but you could have sort of created this sense before this person came into your life. The Four of Swords in reverse is ruminating in your mind. And with the Page of Wands in reverse, it's like ruminating about everything that could go wrong or how you're not going to get what you want. It could make you try really hard for something because it's like you feel, you're paranoid that the ending is always like impending, right? So you could act a little bit crazy, or you could act a little bit like fight or flight or triggered, right? As a result of that sometimes. But this person pointed out, this connection pointed out to you where you have the tendency to get very in your own head in a way that does not benefit you at all. Judgment in reverse. The Five of Pentacles in reverse. It's like what you won't stand for anymore. Page of Wands in reverse. This may have gotten bad to make you look at how bad it could get, you know? I feel like almost this was a situation that forced you to be strong so that you could see your own resilience, but also get to that point where you're like, nah, fuck that. I'm not putting myself through that kind of thing again. I'm just not. This is the last time I'm learning that particular lesson because I just don't have it in me to go through that shit again. And amen, sister, you know, right there with you. Solidarity on that one. But it's like there's a place where you weren't making empowered judgment calls about the people and situations that you were letting close into your life, or even that you were letting take up like mental space, things that you were still ruminating on when it's like they didn't deserve your time. It's one thing revisiting things in your mind to gain more understanding so that you can create closure for yourself and move on, right? But it's another thing just ruminating on it and not making an actual judgment call, because then we're keeping ourselves out in the cold and it's just not necessary. It's like continuing to look at things that disappointed you will keep you out in the cold, right? So what this taught you is to just bite the bullet, you know, see it for what it is, rip the Band-Aid off, be like, okay, I'm making the judgment call. Maybe that wasn't what I thought it was. It's not the end of the world. I just don't need to think about it forever and keep myself feeling like it's the end of the world, right? Something about this interaction taught you how to liberate yourself from your own mind and let yourself in from the cold. Okay, so the highest, most abundant use of these gifts that this connection offered you. You have the Two of Cups and Patience. That's really beautiful. It's a different pace, you know. I feel like in a way, this connection maybe was a cautionary tale or a bit of a test or just like a big lesson, you know. But it did give you a lot of gifts, and it did show you how strong you are and how smart you actually are when you're engaged with the reality of the situation, right? I think it also showed you, by reconnecting you to your heart, the depth of your emotion, and that you do want to be connected to that. You do want, ultimately, this emotional fulfillment, right? To be possible for you. So what I'm seeing here as the best use of the gifts is that, first of all, like I said, it's a different pace that you're going to be approaching this type of connection at in the future, and that is for the benefit of everybody involved, I feel like, because it gives you time to be patient with your own emotions or things that might be being triggered within you in a positive or a negative way, you know. It also gives you time to see things from the other person's perspective and see, you know, that everyone is a mirror. So if you're being triggered in a situation, maybe once you've sort of acknowledged and worked a little bit through your own personal triggers, you want to ask yourself, like, I wonder if the other person involved is also experiencing some level of discomfort, and how can I maybe offer empathy or understanding to them as well. I see you just being more patient with yourself, and then other people as an extension here, group number one. And that's a beautiful gift to be able to give in a relationship, to hold space essentially for the other person. It's very pure. There's also like a forgiving energy here. Maybe you feel like this person judged you harshly and didn't really give you a chance to show them your light. They just saw the shadow that was triggered and made a judgment call and wrote you off or something. So you're realizing what a gift it is when people don't do that to you, you know? So I feel like as much as you've gained discernment from this connection, your head is more securely on your shoulders, and you feel more aligned with like your truth and your intuition. At the same time, I feel like you have this sense of grace and forgiveness where you're like, wow, people really can come together and have this crazy energetic like collision and trigger the hell out of each other. And it doesn't necessarily mean that one person's bad or that anyone in the situation is bad. It just means maybe that there was growth that needed to happen and you're catalysts for each other, right? So there's an energy of being soft and understanding towards yourself and maybe what other people are going through as well in connections, intimate connections. Just giving that more of a nurturing, supportive space to exist, I feel like is the best way that you can use what you learned from this connection. So lastly, the best or the most like the healthiest perspective that you could have of this connection is Flow and the King of Swords. I mean, I feel like ultimately, and Flow originally came out in reverse. I feel like this got you unstuck in a big sort of way that you needed, and it was painful, but it was necessary. It's like you learned a lesson that brought you back into calibration with yourself and flow with life around you and your energy. You know what I mean? So, if nothing else, I feel like you can definitely look at this connection as something that kind of got you back on track. Tell me more about this. Showed you a lot about yourself. Showed you how you keep yourself stuck as well and how you can propel yourself forwards. It has everything to do with becoming totally empowered and looking at the things that you might be most afraid of being true. You know, it's like you can live in illusion because you're scared of the truth, or you can just say, fuck it, face the truth, deal with the consequences, painful as they might be for a time. Ultimately, the truth sets you free, right? So this person was a lesson, but they were also a catalyst of empowerment. Well, they weren't directly. They gave you an opportunity to see the truth and then to take that and move forward more empowered, and I feel like you are. But you're seeing how no transformation was taking place because you were on the fence about something. You were not fully in, and maybe that was because you weren't connected to your emotional side, but you were blocking your own success and abundance. And also by being disconnected from your heart, you weren't allowing other people to engage with that part of you or to fall in love with that part of you. I feel like now you're back in flow. You know what it is that you want. And you're in a very powerful place where if you focus on what you want to bring towards you and you cut ties with any illusions or obsession with things that aren't meant for you, you know, you take the time to really like balance those internal harmonies and move forwards with this grace, this patience, this discernment, and deeper understanding of yourself and your own resilience. I mean, this kind of looks to me like this connection primed you for potentially a really healthy and fulfilling connection that could be coming next. So, something to look forward to, group one, because oftentimes when we do go through a test, it's because a reward is coming on the other side of that test. If we can learn the lesson, integrate the knowledge, and move forwards with that under our belt, then we are capable of embracing something that is aligned with that higher vibration that we've moved into, you know? So continue to do the work because, yeah, you've learned a lot from this. Don't be afraid of the truth. And don't be afraid to view things from all perspectives. I think it might help you to look at things from this person's perspective as well, just to gain more of an objective, like prismatic view of the situation and to get out of your own head in the way that you're used to thinking. Okay? But yeah, an interesting connection. I hope this reading resonated with you. I'm gonna let you guys go now. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe if you want to hang out with me more often, leave me a comment, let me know if you enjoyed this reading. And of course, you can always watch another pile if you feel called to do so. I'm sending you lots of love, my darlings, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye. Hey, group two. I hope that you guys are doing well. So if you came from the intro or any of the other groups and you are like, why do you look different? It's because I am different because it's the next day. So I was tired, my energy shifted, and I just knew I didn't have the rest of the reading in me last night. And because I am weird and intuitive, even though you're group number 2, you're actually the last group that I'm filming. So it's the next day, and the next day happens to be the 25th, which is actually the night of the Leo full moon. So the energy is pretty intense, not gonna lie, but we're vibing. I had to channel it somehow, because it's just, it's a lot if you're just letting it sit there, you know? Let me know how you guys are doing. I have like my big chunk of rose quartz, and I'm just like, love. Remember to love yourself. It's like square Pluto or opposing Pluto or something. So yeah, the energy has been a little heavy, but also really, really amazing for having these huge breakthrough moments and moments of clarity and transformation. If we're willing to be honest with ourselves, I guess, and make the shifts necessary. It's kind of like allow yourself to know better if you have learned a lesson that you're just still clinging on to a past cycle. Allow yourself to know better, to integrate that knowledge, and then do better as a result, right? But anyways, I digress. Maybe you guys are experiencing this energy too. I didn't talk to any of the other groups, I don't think, about like personal or collective energies. So I don't know. But I do know that there's a reason. I believe there's a reason for everything. So I believe there's a reason why my energy shifted and why I'm actually doing your guys' reading tonight. So we'll see what this connection, what the vibe is here. And yeah, but I feel like it's kind of it's something pretty deep and maybe intense, the fact that I am doing it on the full moon. And the energies are just really, there's great potential for huge expansion, but it requires you to step up into your power, and then in a place of your power, step up to meet the challenge. Because anytime we expand, right, it requires us to go where we haven't been before. That's the very definition of expansion, right? So we have to push out past these barriers or these boundaries or fears to create this transformation. So maybe this is happening individually for you, maybe for both you and your person, and as a result, like your connection is undergoing a big shift, or there's the potential for the energy to really shift at this time. I don't know. Let's get into it and find out. Okay, so the roles could be reversed, meaning that I'm gonna talk about the first side like it is your energy. I'm gonna call it your energy. I'm gonna talk about the second person like it's your person that you're interested in or dealing with. But if you feel like it's backwards, then just take it how it resonates for you and trust your intuition, okay? So, yeah, let's let's do the vibe check, the energy check, so that I can just see what the energies are of the connection, what you both are bringing to the connection, how you're both seeing things at this time, um, and what the kind of overall situation, state, vibe between the two of you is. Okay, so we're going to start with your side, like I said. So, the energy that you are in within this connection specifically is the Emperor. So, strong masculine, strong Aries energy, fiery energy. Cardinal, so it is the fire stata. And just that badass energy, honestly. Like, I know who I am. I don't just talk, like, I don't just talk my shit, but I actually, like, back it up by acting in accordance. And I feel like you're also someone who, it's like I'm getting a strong sense of taking accountability or responsibility for your behavior, your actions. Yeah, there's a sense that, like, because you're in a pretty empowered state on a personal level, you are willing to a degree to, like, take some sort of leap of faith in this connection, and it's because you see it as potentially the Two of Cups. So you're like, yeah, it's like it's like you have assessed the risk and you're like, the juice is worth the squeeze potentially. Or it's at least something that you feel like if you didn't, it's like you don't know how it's going to turn out yet. You hope that it's going to be successful, but either way, you know that you have to leap into it because it's one of those things that, like, you wouldn't feel right not knowing. I feel like it wouldn't sit well with you having not at least explored this, you know? You're definitely in an energy, though, of, like, the things that are not for you, you are very much walking away from them at this time. Like, you're just cutting them off. I feel like you're uprooting. Like, I'm getting the image of someone, like, pulling weeds out of a garden here so that new growth can come in. And you're being some of you are being kind of vicious with it. Don't be too vicious with yourself. There's strong Virgo energy coming through when I say that. So try not to, try to just flow. And even if you feel a tension or a conflict within you, or even coming up against you in external situations or events over the next week or so, if you feel like you're just kind of hitting a wall, know that, for one, a lot of it is just the energy that we are going through and we're all experiencing it, and it is happening. So kind of to, like, form that diamond through pressure, form that pearl through, you know, grit, through being frustrated, through being rubbed up against the wrong way for a while until you get to this breaking point. But something beautiful is born of that, right? But you're definitely not taking any crap. Like, you have this oracle card underneath that. It's like, no bull. Yeah. There's a strong sense that you are very invested in some sort of personal goal at this time as well, group number two. Like, you're manifesting something, I feel like, because you're in a pretty abundant, empowered energy. So you could be harnessing that, obviously, for things, goals, aspirations, outside of this connection. And I feel like you're taking that pretty seriously. So you're bringing a super independent, empowered, I know what I want, I know who I am, I know what I want, I know what I deserve, and I will not settle for anything less. Not because I'm an asshole, but just because, like, I can't waste my precious time and energy, you know? I'm living for it, and the Empress is at the bottom of the deck. Okay, I see you doing your damn thing. Yeah, you're just a whole ass vibe right now, honestly. There's this Libran energy about you, but it's very balanced, which is really refreshing. Um, because I feel like it's quite common to run into that more shadowy Libran energy, which anyone can exhibit, right? It's just an energy that we embody. It's not just Librans that experience this or display this, but it's that very indecisive, like back and forth, like perpetually infinitely weighing out the possibilities until like you're in your grave and you're still like, well, on the other hand, you know, and it's like, just make a choice, and don't make the choice based on the judgment of others, the opinion of others, what other people will think, what other people will say. Listen, there's a time to be diplomatic and there's a time to give no fucks and to make choices because you need to do what you know you need for your own fucking fulfillment and happiness. Like these people that you're so worried about the opinions of, when we get caught up in that, right? It's like, where are they going to be in like 5-10 years when we're miserable because we didn't take a risk because we were worried what they were going to say? Meanwhile, they're like not even in our lives anymore, or the whole situation has shifted, you know? um I think we let other people influence us a lot. So maybe this is a thing for you, for this to be something that's coming up. But maybe it was in the past though, because it's feeling very much like I said, you're in a balanced, empowered kind of energy at this time. Like you have the Four of Wands and this Moon in Libra companionship card in your perception of the situation. The Four of Wands is like two wands on each side. There's a balance, there's a symmetry, there's a mirroring, you know, which brings this sense of stability. And within that sense of stability and safety, there is freedom to explore. It's like the Four of Wands is Venus in Aries tarot card, or they correspond. The placement and the card correspond, and it's interesting because that's a placement that I have, and I feel like it's been the struggle is real. But I'm going to talk about the energy for a second because I feel like this is a lesson you're learning, and it's one that I had to learn, so that I can make peace with this fucking placement. So Venus in Aries is said to be in detriment, which just essentially means that it's very that planet is very uncomfortable being in the energy of, like, relatively speaking, right? It's still going to do what it's got to do, but like the energy it has to work with when it is in that sign is not natural for it. So it just feels like a little weird, or it can come off the wrong way. It can be misunderstood. It can be kind of like clumsy in its, I feel like, manifestation, or even shadowy if you don't sort of figure out a way to, I guess, like make it work, you know, especially with Venus being obviously the feminine energy in the sign of Aries, which is masculine. It's the emperor, it's Mars energy, right? So it's like the masculine and feminine together having to tango constantly, but in sort of this weird, uncomfortable dance. But, anyways, the point of the Four of Wands, the point of the placement of Venus in Aries is very much about Venus, well, Aries being the first sign of the zodiac. It talks about learning how to love yourself without condition. Unconditional love, radical acceptance for yourself, which you can then offer to other people. And it's because you know what your wands look like that you see it when it's mirrored back at you, and you know what is the perfect fit for you because you have gotten to know yourself in that intimate kind of way and genuinely love yourself. And you've set yourself free because you've created that structure, that stability for yourself to exist in, right? You have formed a companionship with yourself, with the sides of yourself, different, elements of self, and created a balance within you so that you don't have to rely on some external force to bring you either completion or like some sort of balance. You already have that within you, and everything on top of it is just something that's adding to the beautiful existence and energy that you're already in. But you're perceiving this person or this situation potentially very much as that counterpart, like with companionship, this Libran moon and Libran energy, and the Four of Wands. It's really beautiful. Like, you have done the work here to bring yourself. There's very strong Aries energy here. You've definitely done the work to bring yourself into this state of empowerment, personal empowerment, and just like strong willpower. But it's a stubborn, determined, disciplined energy, but it's actually pointed in the direction of something that matters, which is like love and respect for self, and then acting in accordance with that, accepting opportunities, experiences, relationships, gifts from the universe that are in alignment with that. And again, you know what those gifts look like and which ones are truly for you because you've taken the time to get to know your energy. You're in your sweet spot, but you may have really had to like make some cuts, bring out that old mental health machete and, cut out those weeds from the garden again, right? It might have been more of an overgrown jungle and you needed to go in there with your machete and make some slices here. The Nine of Swords, what's this? There's some anxiety here. I feel like this is relating to your feelings, which is the Seven of Swords in reverse and let it be easy. I see. Okay, there's the potential for you to, despite how you feel and the amazing energy that you're embodying and working out of, group number 2, there's still something that is stressing you out about this. And I think that what it is that like in order to get to evolve into the Emperor and the Four of Wands energy, like you go through some gnarly shit to get into that dope of an energy, that high of a frequency. This is the high vibrations like this don't really just happen, You gotta fight your inner demons. You gotta battle your shadow into a healthy balance. I don't even want to say submission. It's more just like a healthy balance with your light, your masculine, your feminine. Like you've worked it out within yourself to the degree that, again, you're in a state of healthy companionship and balance with yourself and you're not taking no bullshit. But there is this, because you've gone through what you had to go through to get to this empowered state, right? There is like a slight hesitation or stress or an anxiety. And I feel like, ironically, something might feel too easy, too good to be true, too naturally aligned or calibrated with you. You might not trust it. That's what I'm getting from this. Because I'm feeling like there's something that doesn't feel inherently chaotic, and you might be used to inherently chaotic things, which relatable. especially if you've had a very deep and like highly transformative life, like consistently, like your whole life, right? You kind of get used to that state and you're able to walk through it gracefully and bear the weight of it. But just because you can doesn't mean you always need to, right? Especially not in like intimate relationships. So here there's something that it kind of stresses you out just about like easy, balanced energy exchange between two people. Something about it almost feels boring to you, but it's really just what is actually true and good for you. But I feel like it's because you might be tempted not to actually invest in it because it's not what you have come to understand that love is. And we all have a different understanding of what love is based on our own personal experiences, our childhood wounds, our upbringing, how it was modeled to us, blah, blah, blah. Um, for instance, someone who comes from a broken home or something where their father left or something like that, maybe they feel like abandonment or rejection or absence in a partner is actually what love is, because that definition, that understanding of love got skewed somewhere along the way. Okay, so all that to be said, I think you are understanding that you sometimes make things harder than they need to be. I think you have the conscious awareness of this though, because you have the Seven of Swords in reverse. So it's like there are no illusions here. You're seeing clearly. Um, and you're trying to just let something flow or allow it to be simple, and you're trying like not to complicate something essentially, or to assume that there's something complicated and like nefarious hidden just around the next corner. You're trying to just chill the fuck out essentially. But that is letting me know. I mean, it's positive because you have this deep level of self-awareness and you're aware of it and you're watching, right? So you're being responsible with your energy. But at the same time, you are aware that it's still like a thing that could impact you. So you're just like, just chill out. Yeah, exactly. Just just literally, the fountain card in this deck talks about just being. And then we have the Four of Coins in reverse, which is like letting go, and the Wheel of Fortune, just like Jesus, take the wheel, baby. Let the universe, let karma, let karma be your boyfriend. You know, where are my Swifties at? Let it happen though, for real. Let karma turn its own wheel. You don't need to break your back underneath it because it's not your job, okay? But yeah, how your energy is expressing itself in the above and the below. So the above talks about it talks about like the physical manifestation, your actual actions, uh, and also just your conscious thought, like what you're aware of is the focus of your mind. The below talks about like your feelings and your subconscious. So you have the Two of Pentacles in your above, Jupiter and Capricorn energy. It also says Apollo on here. And it says, I made my own hell. I'm sure I got here all by myself. Okay, well, being a little hard on ourselves here, are we? Because what? There's a very strong energy of expansion wanting to happen here. Capricorn, Jupiter, it's like there's almost like this dogged energy, like I'll make it happen no matter what. I will move that mountain. I will turn that wheel, you know? But there's also like a 1 foot in, 1 foot out type thing happening here. And I think that because Apollo is on this card too, it's like there's such an amount of fucking raw power that you're holding at this time with that Emperor energy that you it's like you once you point it in a direction and you get that ball rolling and it gains speed and momentum, there's going to be a lot of force behind that, you know? So it's like you're kind of just weighing things out, making sure that you know what you're investing in, but there is something that you regret. There is regrets here, and it's about a choice that you already made or didn't make. You feel like you put yourself in some sort of hellish type situation, or just, I just feel like you're in some sort of distress here. It could be that you feel like you're paying off some negative karma, or like there's been some sort of consequence to some sort of action that you took already. And you might feel like it's some sort of kind of like punishment to a degree. I need to stretch my leg. Yeah, so, and then you have the Five of Swords in your below placement, and it says Saturn in Leo, center, Hecate. Something about you is going through major phases, shifts right now, for sure. It feels very, yeah, super powerful in that sense with Hecate, and then me recording on the full moon. There's something here about that. You're transforming, you're going through phases, and I feel like it's pretty rapid. It's rapid cycling, it's rapid shift taking place. And again, that's happening not just by mistake, that's happening because of you're tapped in, you're in the present moment, you're engaged, you're self aware, you're taking empowered action, you know? And you might be learning a lesson with this Saturn and Leo about what it means to truly be in your power and to follow your heart. But there is some sort of conflict of the soul. Again, it's that sense that there's like a source of tension or something rubbing you the wrong way. And it's like, you know that it is forming something beautiful. I feel like some level of you knows this. But that doesn't mean that it's not irritating at the same time, right? The back of this, or the front of this card says, what we call our destiny is truly our character, and that character can be altered if we have the courage to examine how the past formed us. Yeah. And you know what? Depending on how, like, self aware and tapped in you are, when we put these two together, right? You're looking at how the past formed you, or how you formed your current reality in the past, what actions you took. You're being brave enough to sort of examine your life, the past, from a still subjective, obviously, but like a balanced, empowered perspective. You're questioning something on a deep soul or emotional level about your character. And I feel like there's an alignment that's taking place under the surface on a soul level here. It's deep. You might feel a lot of like restless energy or just overstimulated at this time, because there is a lot shifting and there is like a tension, and it's under the surface, so it could feel like it's just kind of bubbling there. Almost, it could be coming out as anxiety, you know? It could feel like that, like you kind of want to crawl out of your skin. You have this excess energy and you can't get rid of it, you know? I feel like just the answer is to sit with it and be present in that empowered energy, and don't be afraid to look at it, what it wants to show you, what is causing that discomfort. There's something that wants to be seen by you. It's like your soul wants to be witnessed by you at this time for the sake of deep growth and expansion. Because I feel like you're actually shifting potentially the course of your destiny at this time, group 2. But it is taking, it's like you were on one path, and I feel like now you're sort of, something has prompted you to examine whether that path is still in aligned with your character and whether you're still okay with your character, your morals, your values, the way that you're living your life. And if not, then you might feel something calling you in another direction. Interesting. Okay, let's look at the other person's side of things. I'm super interested to see what's going on over here. Okay. Stretch. Okay. This person's side of things. Okay. 7 of Cups, Queen of Cups, 6 of Wands. Their energy within the connection currently is the 7 of Cups. There's also this oracle card underneath it that says you'll do it when you're ready. This kind of feels like this person is sorting through some like emotional dirty laundry, so to speak, that had kind of built up in the hamper within. You know, the laundry hamper within, the emotional laundry hamper. You don't know what I'm talking about? That's because I sound like a crazy person. No, I sound like a Pisces. I digress, but hopefully you know what I'm talking about. This person, it's like they've had time to think about all of the things they feel, and all of the things they feel, it turns out, is quite a lot. They're having a lot to sort through. This could be someone that kind of repressed how they were feeling. Maybe about you, maybe about a lot of things. It's hard to say. But they're a little confused. They're also in kind of a dreamy mood. Very fantasy-based. They could also have options. They could have... the 3 of Cups. They could have options with the 7 of Cups. That's very strongly saying that. I feel like you would know. This person's like at a crossroads, and they could be at a crossroads where they, maybe a part of them, for instance, wants to commit, because I see that they actually do know exactly how they feel, and it's pretty intense, pretty significant. So, and they are acknowledging it and recognizing it. But there's also like this stubborn streak in this person's energy. And they're like, just gonna party for one more weekend. It's like the perpetual, it would be like if someone knew that they were gonna get married, but they kept putting off the wedding and having another bachelor party like every weekend. It's kind of the energy of this person. They're like, it feels almost like the energy of putting off the inevitable so that they can keep on like partying, or not even partying, just like living life a certain way where they have options. They're not tied down. And the options might not even be other people. It just might be like they like to keep their options open, and I totally get that. This is someone that values their freedom. I'll just put it like that. They're a very independent, strong person. I feel like you can appreciate that because you yourself are in the Emperor energy. But yeah, this person's like, well, I'll deal with it when I'm ready, but I don't feel like I'm ready yet. So they might be coming in with kind of a wishy-washy or just undecided energy. You might not know how the fuck this person feels. They maybe haven't expressed that to you, or if they have expressed their emotion, it's been a little bit like, the fuck are the cards doing? The Star. This person's healing. And so there's confusion sometimes when like rapid healing takes place, right? Because it's like being in the eye of a tornado, and all this healing and integrating is happening all around you, but you don't really understand it. It can be kind of confusing from like our experience as a human of like, what is happening right now, you know? There's something about this person where they're like, I'm not quite ready yet. I'm still kind of in the depths of my own shit here, and understanding myself and the growth that's happening, and where I might still not even completely know what I want. So that's kind of the energy they're in. But their perception of you and this situation is the Queen of Cups and The energy of Mercury in Virgo, caution. This person might have Venus or Mercury in Virgo placement. I feel like that's kind of coming through. But this is telling me that, yeah, they are very aware, like uncomfortably aware. Like Virgo, I feel like, is oftentimes uncomfortably aware, right? Because it's like they get this knowledge, that Mercury energy, they just know stuff, or they are very perceptive, observant. And then they also know how to pick something apart, or like really like dilute it down to the very core of the thing, like distill it down almost, and get right to the root of it, or the purest point of something. So I feel like this person is definitely sat with their feelings here. And yeah, they're not able to deny it because they have this keen sense of awareness. It's like even if they wanted to look the other direction, they know. But they're approaching it with a lot of caution. Or maybe they're perceiving you as being very like loving and open-hearted. Well, the Queen of Cups is mutual unconditional love, so I feel like it's both of you. But they're perceiving there being this deep unconditional sort of love and potential for magic here, really. But they're still approaching it from a very cautious place. They might be quite cautious to express what they're feeling, despite the fact that they're very aware that they feel it. Because again, there's some reason why this person doesn't completely feel ready just yet to take the plunge. Okay. The Six of Wands is their feelings. There's also this oracle card which says gifts from the past, and it has like this little hand with holding a compass on it. You know how I was talking about how the Emperor, they go through shit to get evolved into the energy of the Emperor, right? It's like they live a life, they have experiences, they learn from those experiences, they become better, they discipline themselves, and then they kick ass, right? And then they know that they're capable because they've gone through that stuff. In the same way, this person, they have this like confidence that comes from a very real assuredness that they have in themselves. Like they're like, look, I've been through some shit and I know that I can handle stuff. This is someone who's evolved enough that they're able to look at the past experiences that they've had, and even the painful ones, they're able to see what they learned and how those experiences ultimately like gave them direction on their path. They're ultimately in a state, I feel like, of gratitude for everything that they've experienced that's brought them to this place, which is a very powerful and beautiful space to be in. So yeah, so then they have this confidence of the Six of Wands because they're at peace within their soul, right? The Six of Wands comes after the Five of Wands, which is that conflict of the spirit, which you had come up on your side. And the Six of Wands is like you come out of that, you see yourself, there's self-recognition, and then because you're exuding that energy and you're expressing yourself clearly, other people also see and recognize your authentic self. So it's very like deeply fulfilling sort of energy. Yeah. You feel successful. And the beautiful thing is it doesn't have anything to do with this person. You're just kind of sitting in this successful energy, reflecting on how far you've already come. But it's like, at the same time, you know that if you do decide to move towards this connection, you have a lot that you've learned from the past that gives you confidence, to feel like this could succeed between you and this person as well. sorry, this side of things, this person is thinking this. I was talking backwards, I think, for a while there. So you both might be feeling that way. It could be a mirrored thing. You both are kind of like in a state of gratitude and self-awareness from the past, which is pretty amazing. It's honestly very powerful when you can get to that place. It shows that you've done a lot of work on yourself and healing, and you've looked at some probably heavy shit. So props to you, my friend. Okay, how this is manifesting in the physical or the above energy. They have the Eight of Wands, Mercury in Sagittarius. We just had that. And then number 44, the front says, I'm going to redesign it. I'm going to redesign it. Okay. I feel like this person is thinking in a very expansive way right now. They're making moves. They're taking names. There's 88 or 44 might be symbolic or significant, those numbers, 4s and 8s. But they're also shifting the way that they communicate. And I feel like both through action and actual word. They're redesigning something, how they interact with themselves, with their life. I'm getting like how they speak their life into existence. There's something that's shifting as a result of this person gaining clarity and new levels of empowerment. Under the surface, in the below, they have the Five of Pentacles, Taurus moon. It also says a vision. And the front says, we're so very clumsy at times with the most important things. This person feels like, although they do feel like they are successful, they're capable, and they still feel pretty hopeful surrounding this connection, I think, they feel like they fucked up, or they're not beating themselves up over it, but they feel like they fumbled something important to them. It was just 40 minutes and 40 seconds, so 4-4, that really might be important in some sort of way, because it's on this card. I wrote it, too. But they feel like maybe they took something for granted here. They fumbled it. They didn't treat it as if it is as important as it actually is to them. And for some reason that they might have been stubborn with their emotions or stodgy with their emotions. They might have held back or not shared a more intimate part of themselves, or even the vision that they have for the two of you with you. And there's a sense of regretting that, but it's in their emotions. It's under the surface. I don't feel like they're sharing it. I feel like if anything, they're letting this inspire and motivate them to redesign and make some changes in the way that they live their life. And the quote, or the idea, the best apology is changed behavior, is coming through. So I like that this person's not letting this keep them down. Like, they're not like, whoa, I fucked up and I'm a piece of shit, I'm just gonna like hate myself and like not even make the changes and let go of this experience and just, essentially just go into the next thing and probably do the same thing again because nothing was learned, right? They're aware. They're on a path of self-empowerment. They're taking accountability. You guys are you're in similar energies, I want to say. You both have your hesitations for very legit reasons, but at the same time, I don't feel like you're allowing it to control you. It's just giving you a lot both to think about, I feel like. Okay, so the combined connection energy. Okay. There's a lot of fear and triggers being brought up, a lot of deep emotional stuff. There's strong Scorpio energy, strong Pisces energy here. Both of those super, super strong, because we have transmute. And again, it's number 44, which is interesting. 44. Scorpio energy. And then the moon is Pisces. So these two. There's also water. So yeah. there's a lot of water energy here, I think it's safe to say, but water is also about intuition, emotion. The moon is about intuition, emotion, your fears, the unseen, what is beyond the veil, you know? It can be very much about the shadow as well, or what cannot be known, like what is deep and esoteric and can never be truly seen fully or understood. You just kind of have to navigate with like what it shows you at the time, what is being revealed to you, and have faith, right? There's a lot that's being dug up, and it's coming up not to freak you guys out, not to make you question how you feel about the connection or each other or yourselves and how far you've come, but it's like the final threads of some deep fears that need to be transmuted and released here. They're coming up so that you can observe them, not deny them, not give in to mistrust, but instead reclaim some sort of power that I feel like you were giving away to fear. Because anytime that we're having these deep fears, there is a bit of our power that we're giving away to that, because it's controlling us in some way, right? If we're not, I mean, if we're acting courageously, but we're still aware of the fear, that's one thing. Because the fear is always going to be there. That's just a human thing, right? It's not really reasonable to ask yourself to be fucking fearless all the time, because life is life. But if you can observe it, not deny it, not run from it, not let it rule you, acknowledge it, but then choose to take brave action that is in true alignment with you, right? I feel like that's what's being, that's the mutual challenge between the two of you at this time. But there is a lot coming up. There is a lot still that feels unknown. You're in deep, dark water here. You're in Scorpio Pisces territory. You guys even chose the Versace, the crystal noir, so dark crystal, or like a black crystal. It's like there's something here about this. And the intensity of the full moon. I have another beverage now that coffee is done because I'm me. So let's move into the second part of this reading. Let's look at the energy that you were in before this person came into your life, the energy that you are in now after having experienced this person, and what gifts this this connection and engagement has offered you. Let's see. Okay. Where you were before. Where you are now. Okay. Okay. Oh. My goodness. What's going on here? Hold on. Let me make it fit. That's what she said. Okay. Well, this is pretty deep and juicy and intense and sexy and feelsy and all those good things that I think are good things because I'm a Pisces Scorpio bitch myself. So let's get into the juiciness of this. Yeah. So the energy that you were in before this person, You have the Chariot in reverse, the Nine of Cups, and the Queen of Swords in reverse. It's an interesting energy because you had achieved some level of personal emotional fulfillment that took a lot of hard work, but at the same time, as fulfilled as you were before you met this person, I feel like you weren't feeling like you needed anyone. Like on this card there's the sun and the moon. You provide both for yourself. You know that a partner is not meant to be your other half. Two wholes are meant to come together and be a powerful, strong unit that uplifts and supports its each other, right? And therefore sustains itself. But at the same time, there was like an emotional plateau that you had hit. So it's like you were happy enough, yeah, for sure. But at the same time, there was something maybe that you couldn't really pinpoint that felt kind of boring, or you're reaching a point of stagnation where you knew that you were ready for something to shift here on an emotional level, something new to come in, but you still might have been a little bit closed off or shut down to it with the Queen of Swords in reverse. I feel like you may not have been being completely honest with yourself about the fact that you were a little shut down, because you also have the storyteller, but it came out in reverse. So the shadow attribute is making up tales that harm others. But I feel like you were making up a tale that was kind of harming yourself. That you would have just been perpetually happy in that energy of just independent fulfillment. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a quote that's coming through from the movie or the book, Into the Wild, and he says happiness is only real when shared. It's one of my favorite movies, and it's based on a true story. This guy, he had quite a bit of money. He had like a decent amount of money saved up or something, and he graduated and he gave it all to charities and sold all his belongings, and essentially decided not to go to college or university or whatever, and instead moved to Alaska to literally just like hitchhike and camp and live off of the land. Like he ate like berries and yeah, like legit. This guy was legit. He ended up, it's actually kind of sad how it ends, but he ended up dying because he had like this book, and he obviously got to know plants and berries and everything really, really well. But there was two berries that looked like very similar, and one was poisonous and one was not. And at one point when he was pretty desperate for food, he had eaten these berries, and they ended up, I think, putting him into kind of like a prolonged paralyzed state. And he actually got so weak that he died in that way. But it's quite interesting because obviously he was a very independent spirit, and he really had this strong belief that he didn't need really anything. He didn't need to be attached to anything or anyone to be fulfilled. That's why he kind of set off to have this like life that was very introspective, that was very much about his own personal experience. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. But he does at one point come to, he writes it in his journal, actually. I think it was in the real guy's journal. Happiness is only real when shared. Because he's having all these experiences and like tuning into life in this really wondrous kind of way. But then he looks next to him and there's no one there to share that moment with. And he recognizes that there's something there, that there's something to be said for that, you know? We can be completely fulfilled within ourselves, but there's a part of humans, which we're social beings, we're social creatures. We can be independent, but it's important for us to experience life together. You know, there's definitely something very big to be said about that. So it's kind of the energy that I'm getting for you from before this person came along, but I feel like you may not have been admitting to yourself that you could want more, and maybe that you did, you know? And you might have been harming yourself just by being shut down in that way. The energy that you're in after the influence of this person is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the King of Swords, and the Knight of Cups. You also have the archetype card of the Lover. Great passion and devotion, unbridled appreciation of someone or something. Your heart has really kind of come back alive, back online, resuscitated here. Something kind of lit you up. You reconnected to some sort of passion and devotion within yourself, maybe just for love, for life, sorry. You might be someone who normally kind of like is a romantic, like you romanticize life, you see the magic in every day, you are present and mindful, and you understand that there's a lot of beauty and magic in the world. You just kind of have to notice it. Slow down and fucking notice it, you know? And once you do, you see the true abundance and magic of the universe, and you tune into that abundance yourself and you attract it quite effortlessly, right? And I think this is something that this connection in some way is calibrating you and pushing you into a higher vibration. But what's this Ace of Pentacles in reverse? There might be some sort of opportunity that you're hesitating about, or not taking, not moving on, not believing in, maybe not even seeing. What is this? You feel pretty aligned within your head and heart, though. Like, I feel like you're quite in dominion over your thoughts and your intentions. And again, you're present, which is very powerful. At the same time, you're tuned into your emotions and your intuition, and your passion, your true essence. The only area that sort of feels like maybe is being neglected or hesitated on, or movements just not flowing as naturally, is in the actual 3D. So you might need to actually start making some judgment calls, taking some action, or else maybe you're not meant to. I need to clarify this, because the other interpretation I could see is like, just draw the thing to you. You don't really need to do too much because of the energy that you're in is attracting, right? What's this Ace of Pentacles? The Nine of Pentacles in reverse. The Five of Wands. No, you're definitely at conflict here. You might just be focusing a lot of your attention on maybe this connection, or maybe just love, or your feelings in general. I feel like there's some like practical real life matters that need to be maybe addressed, but it seems like there's a conflict here. It could be financial constraint or worry, or it's like you don't know how to solve some area of physical instability, whether it's this connection and you feeling like there's not really an opportunity that's available right now that you can make work, or it's something outside of this that has you feeling kind of unstable, but there's something here that's impacting you. It's just causing some tension. I caught like half the deck on top of my hand like a ninja. Just needed you to see that. Queen of Wands in reverse. In reverse. Why? The Tower in reverse. The Seven of Swords. The Six of Cups. Why? You kind of have to get vulnerable with yourself here. Group number 2, I feel. There's an insecurity that you have still in the present energy. I think there's some cognitive dissonance here. You are playing it safe in some area of your life. You're not jumping on an opportunity, or you're not applying yourself, I want to say. Oh God, this is bringing back memories of my report card in high school. Lisa's very intelligent, but she doesn't apply herself. Wah, wah, wah. Whatever. Shut up. Nothing has changed. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? But the tower in reverse with the Seven of Swords, it's like this is an illusion. There's no tower moment, but you're like skirting around, like you're scared that there's gonna be this. I heard nihilistic, so you might be thinking in a very like what's the word that I'm thinking of? Like fatalistic almost way. Like it's the end of the world as we know it. I feel like it's based on things you went through in the past with that Six of Cups that sort of shook your confidence. Maybe in the recent past this happened and you're still kind of like regaining composure. But I feel like you're in an empowered space in your heart and in your head. And now what is left is like take action in the direction of what you are passionate and devoted to. Passionate about and devoted to. Like now's the time. Face your inner conflict, face any competition, like apply yourself. Now's the time that's coming through. Okay, the gifts of this connection. The Lovers in reverse, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, and the Knight of Pentacles in reverse with eruption and concealed. There's a volcano and an iceberg. That's very interesting. Because one is kind of under the surface and the other one is shoots up and above. It's like there's two very different things happening at the same time here. I almost feel like what is concealed or what has been concealed, one of the gifts of this connection is that it brings what is concealed to light. It shines light on the darkness, or like it's like it takes what is concealed and it like erupts it into a visible place where it can't be ignored. This might be really fucking uncomfortable while it's happening, especially if like what's been concealed is usually our shadow, our wounds, our blind spots about ourselves, which makes us feel vulnerable when we have to face them, especially when somebody else points them out, right? Nothing more uncomfortable than someone else seeing something like intimate and vulnerable about you before you see it in yourself. I feel like this connection does that though, so yay. I mean, the energy is the moon, so yeah, that tracks. What's the Lovers in reverse? The Knight of Pentacles in the upright. The Queen of Wands in the upright. You're really being asked to drop the weight of the past here and not apply it to this situation or to the future. That's going to, again, the Ace of Pentacles, again, in reverse. It's gonna block some sort of opportunity that's meant for you now if you do that. Don't apply past energies to the now, because it will keep you in the loop of that energy. It won't allow like the true now to unfold in the way that it's meant to. It's like you're still holding on to an energy and perpetuating it. But this taught you how to move forwards with confidence. Confidence and love of self and trusting your intuition and your passion to ultimately guide you forwards. That's something that this has given you. And I feel like it's through maybe experiencing something that didn't align with you, with your heart. It's like something was not a match, and this maybe again you were concealing that from yourself, or this was concealed. I feel like this connection brought something to light that was not for you, or I think it's something within yourself maybe that wasn't integrated, something you were still holding on to, maybe an energy of the past. Maybe this made you realize. I feel like there's still a lot of energy unfolding, like currently with this connection. This is the only group that I've really gotten that for, but it feels like the energy is currently very alive and like in flux. Okay, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Tell me more about that. I'm hearing that, what is that? I can't help falling in love with you, but specifically the line, what is that line? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be, right? It's like some things you don't have to invest into making them happen. They just happen, right? It's like the seasons come and go, the seasons change. Things are born and decompose or pass away, like the circle of life, you know, it goes on. And it's that's just energy, right? The only constant is change. I think that this in some way gave you, this connection is giving you the gift of understanding that you can surrender to something. You can surrender to non-attachment, which is like the most powerful state that you can be in. But it's very difficult because it's like complete surrender. It's like, even if you really care about something, again, it's coming back to the wholeness within yourself, that no matter how much you do care about something or someone, you have this ultimate understanding that at the end of the day, though, no matter what happens, I'm still good because I got me and I've done the work and I love myself, you know. Again, it's that sense that you're not looking for anything to fill a void in you. You are looking for something to complement you because you are full yourself, and empowered and activated, right? You don't need anything to do that for you. So then the outcome becomes kind of irrelevant. Again, you can still care, but it becomes irrelevant in the sense that you really don't have to force it one way or the other. You just kind of have this faith and trust in yourself and the flow of the universe that, like, if it's for you, it will align, and if it's not, it won't. And that's just kind of as simple as it is, you know? It's a pretty, like, peaceful energy to be in. Okay, what's this Knight of Pentacles in reverse here as the other gift? I'm gonna clear some of these. What's this Knight of Pentacles in reverse? I feel like this connection has kind of shown you where maybe, what is this? Again, there's a sense of like stagnation, not taking action. King of Pentacles. You intuitively have known your own power, your own strength. You intuitively understand this. You've been knowing this, you know. I feel like you brought a lot of strength and intuitive gifts, and maybe even esoteric knowledge or wisdom into this life from past lives. Like, you've been building this for a while. But at the same time, in this life, it still requires you to have this like beginner brain, you know, and have this energy of open potential and possibility where you just let the energy flow and kind of carve its own way. Sometimes you trust your intuition, your passion, and you follow it, but you don't try to force anything, right? You just trust in yourself. There's this evolution that has been dying to take place, I feel like, within you, but you would hit some sort of, again, like plateau. This is no movement taking place, no physical action, something needing to shift so that you can evolve into, you know, your fullest potential. But this is like you not applying yourself for some reason in that physical way. So this definitely showed you where you weren't doing that. Again, it might have felt kind of uncomfortable, but ultimately that is a huge gift because now you can get that energy moving again. Okay, so the highest, most abundant use of these gifts. You have the Page of Swords and nature. The Page of Swords and nature. I feel like, again, this is really talking about just expressing yourself um, in the most organic, natural way. Have no expectations. The Three of Wands in reverse, the Three of Swords. That's funny because what I was channeling was that expectation is the root of all heartache or disappointment, Shakespeare. And it's like, yeah, because the second that you have an expectation, there's the potential for you to be let down, right? If you keep your mind open and you allow yourself to just experience the person, the situation, whatever, for what it is, without trying to change it, control it, judge it, whatever, because you're in this energy of unconditional love, that is when life really begins to flow with this natural magic and force. So that is the best way to use these gifts, is to allow yourself to experience life that way as a beginner with this really beautiful, creative, curious, open mind. Allow nature to show itself to you, to reveal itself to you. Allow your true nature to be revealed to you in that way as well. I say it all the time that these people who understand, the people who understand how little we all actually know are the most intelligent people, because they always keep their mind open. They know that there's always more to learn, and then they end up learning more and becoming smarter, right? But it's that ability to understand that we there will always be things as humans that we can't fully comprehend. There's always room for growth. So take that approach, and I feel like there's magic that wants to reveal itself to you here. Okay, so finally, the healthiest perspective or a way to like look at this connection. So you know how sometimes we just need to know, like, what the fuck was that? What function did that serve in my life? This is kind of like a way that is empowering, that you can conceptualize what's happening here in this connection. And you get the Page of Cups with listen, with this shell. This is cute. I love this because listen, listen, Linda. It's about this person, and yet it's not. It's also just about you and your deep inner knowing. There's something very deep, spiritual, and intuitive here, and emotional. And it's about listening to your heart and yourself and your intuition and feelings first and foremost, letting that guide you. But there's also something that wants to speak outside of you. I feel like I said, I just feel like with this group, there's a very strong sense. Yeah, and it was just 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 1 second when I looked at the recording time. 11:11. There's something here that's very much still in motion, currently in motion. Something is shifting, evolving, changing, transforming. There's a lot of potential and possibility with this connection. It just depends what you guys do with it. But I feel like you are kind of being, you know, how to look at this or perceive it. Well, on one hand, there is an opportunity here to open your heart, to listen to your heart, to crack it open, and to move forwards courageously with it on your sleeve and see where this takes you. Be open to experiencing happiness in a shared kind of way, even if that's not what you're used to, or even if that scares you. On the other hand, though, it's about you tuning into your inner child, you tuning into your deep desires and fantasies and emotions and feelings, the ones that you had even as a kid, and then letting yourself ruthlessly pursue those obsessions, those passions, those desires, those dreams. Let yourself be a dreamer. The Page of Cups is a dreamer, a motherfucking dreamer. They're the dreamer of the deck. They flow. They're a free spirit. They allow their heart to guide them and surprise them. They're very creative. They're also in a constant state of wonder because, again, they're looking at the world. They're looking at everything as if it's either the first or the last time that they'll ever see it.
romantic energy, right? They romanticize their life in that way. They make space to see the magic, and the magic shows up in their life because that's how it works. So I feel like there's the potential for that to happen in this connection as well, group number 2. So just keep on doing you, show up in this energy, and listen to see if there's an answer that comes back from the universe, from somebody else that is in the same energy. Allow the space for it to exist and see what magic unfolds. There's an element of mystery to this. The universe doesn't want you to know because that would ruin it. It would ruin it. But it's been a while anyways, so I think I should let you go. You could hang out with me all night if you want, but I feel like we all need a little sleep. But soak up the energy of this full moon. It'll still be very, very present for the next couple days after the full moon itself is exact, but it feels significant, especially for your group, because yours is the only one that I did today. So, yeah, something about that. All right, my loves. I'm going to let you go. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm sending you all of my love, and yeah, I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
Hey, group number 3. You guys chose the Nirvana perfume. This was my signature scent for like years. I really like it still. They discontinued it. It's kind of like musky, kind of like one of those masculine feminine scents, but like warm and sort of spicy. It's like sexy, you know. It smells really nice, I think. Okay, so here's the thing. I was listening to some music, laying down your first cards, and this song came on called, hold on, where is it? Don't Think So Hard, and it's by the band On Planets. And you might want to listen to this song. I don't know. As I was listening to it, I felt like it has something to do with your connection or the energy of your group. And I got this kind of like overwhelming sense of just like sadness. But more than sadness, it's kind of like a very strong sense of longing, I guess. The kind of longing that, how can I explain it? It's very specific, heartbreaking kind of like vibe. It's hard to explain. I feel like you only really know it if you felt it, because it cuts in a way that you never forget. It's kind of like the energy of like feeling this is how you die by distance. This feeling that I'm feeling right now. This is how you die by distance, because you're longing for something that is out of reach for whatever reason. And it's really fucking you up, you know? The song kind of talks about how you had a lot of high hopes and then something just becomes another splinter. The lyrics, and it's like on this blue screen too. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's not giving the color. It's like the color of like a blueberry or like a light like sky blue. The sky on like a clear day, but it's this kind of like blue feeling, you know. But they say high hopes, you had it all, but just another splinter. Never hold the whole. Never hold the whole distraction. Half heart, you're reaching up. Guess it gets familiar. Always talking about enough. Coming up empty handed. For all your start and stopping, the ends seem far apart. But you waited up for nothing. Don't take that shit to heart. Don't think so hard. It's talking about like just barely breaking even, but still kind of holding your breath. Being like, well, it could have been worse, but it still doesn't make sense to me. Like, it could have been worse, but it still broke my heart. And I still haven't found this sense of feeling settled, you know? I don't know. There's a sense of something feeling very unsettled, but also feeling unchangeable, maybe by both people or just one. I don't know. Um, the other song that came through is called Holding On by Cannons. So you might want to listen to that as well. But she basically is talking about like how she can feel the other person losing hope. And she's asking them to just keep holding on. Just say you need my love to keep you from falling down. Um, yeah, essentially just like open up to me, you know, let me be there for you. Again, kind of like this sense of wanting to be closer to someone, maybe wanting to be closer to each other, you know, but having this distance for whatever reason between the two of you. So I'm getting that overall energy. But yeah, let's get into the first part of the reading. So the first part is just going to be kind of the vibe check on your energy, this person's energy, and the connection between the two of you. I feel like my screen is like dirty. Hold on. Or not the screen, but like the camera on my laptop. Is that better? I don't know. It looked like blurry to me. Weird. Maybe it's just the low light or something. But anyways, the first part of the reading is, yeah, we're going to look at your side of things, their side of things, the overall vibe or energy or situation between the two of you. And keep in mind that because this is a general reading, it's not a personal reading, the roles could definitely be reversed. So if you feel like I'm talking about them on your side and you on their side, then just take it how it resonates, okay? So let's see what's going on between you and this person, group 3. Okay, so your energy within the connection is the 7 of Cups. Your perception of this is the Sun, and your feelings, the 2 of Coins in reverse. The Wheel of Fortune is at the bottom of the deck. King of Wands in reverse, 5 of Wands. 3 of Coins in reverse. Queen of Wands. You definitely feel like you and this person are a match. The Wheel of Fortune, something feels very destined, but there's this sense that one person or maybe both people were not in their power, or there was a misalignment that didn't allow you guys to come together in like a graceful or a gentle kind of way, you know? It's kind of jarring energy. The King of Wands in reverse, so it could be that you feel the masculine energy in this connection was a little out of alignment, a little in their ego. But both of you, both of your masculine energies could have been triggered, meaning just that your egos and your stubbornness may have come out. You may have been petty. You may have made assumptions about each other. There's something here about there was triggering the 5 of Wands here that caused conflict and potentially something falling apart. But then there's the Queen of Wands in the upright on the other side there. So we have like the pair. Excuse me. Clarify that 7 of Cups for me. This is the energy that you're bringing in. So I feel like you're fantasizing a lot about this. Or you could just be daydreaming about it in the sense that you don't really know what's going on. So your mind is just kind of filling in the blanks or wandering. Tell me more about that. 7 of Cups. The Chariot. 3 of Wands in reverse, 6 of Cups in reverse. Well, you're not waiting for anyone. That's for sure. There's this sense of you being bummed out, but you're not letting it hold you down. 4 of Cups in reverse, 10 of Wands in reverse. You're disappointed, but you are not going to allow yourself to get stuck in some sort of emotional rut where, like, your manifestations, your abundance, and your life gets thrown off course or impacted by this not going the way that you want it to. So maybe that's something that happened to you in the past, in relationships. You know, you kind of got consumed by them and they affected like your whole life or had the potential to, maybe. Um, this is like, we ride at dawn and we wait for absolutely no one. The Six of Cups in reverse is like, I'm not repeating cycles of the past. I'm just moving in the direction that I want to expand. And the Three of Wands in reverse is like, and I'm not just sitting here waiting for that ship to come in either. Like, I'm making it happen. I'm booking the ticket. Yeah. You still feel this connection though, Two of Cups. But it does give you that kind of like, well, what am I going to do about it? Like, bummed out, sort of confused vibe. And I don't think you like what it brings out of you in that way, because you might feel like this confusion kind of triggers your desire to control the situation or just like to be OCD or overbearing. And this is your shadow. It's not your true nature or natural tendency. It's just what's being triggered by knowing, like, not knowing what the fuck is going on. I feel like in this connection, it's like with too much, what's that quote? I forget which philosopher said this, but the unfed mind devours itself. Sometimes the mind has something on it and we want closure, we want to understand, and when we don't get that, we devour ourselves from the inside, right? Especially just overthinking about it sometimes. This can totally happen because we feel like not having the answer is being out of control. That's not necessarily the case. I mean, there's lots of things in life that sometimes, you know, take patience, take like a while to come into being, right? And through that process, we kind of have to have faith and not have all of the answers. But it feels like with this particular situation, the confusion or the misunderstandings or the lack of communication or honesty emotionally between the two of you, it makes you like tense, you know, and then you feel like you need to do something to alleviate the tension and create a sense of stability and control. And you have to be careful when you start walking that line, right? Because it can get toxic pretty fast. So I think you're aware of that. And you don't love that this connection brings that out of you. Okay. Your perception being the sun. You're a little bit in denial about how much like joy this actually brings you to consider, I think. Because there's also this Virgo energy of like, well, there's this Mars in Virgo energy, criticism, right? And Virgo in its like overdone energy or its shadow energy is very like, it is that need to control OCD. Like, I'm going to criticize everything until I forget what the original point even was. Like, I'm so in the details of the thing that I'm cross-eyed and have completely lost the point, you know? Lost the plot, lost the point, lost myself, lost my mind. It's like that very nitpicky control freak energy that is like stifling, suffocating. You have an awareness of this though, like you see it in yourself, and it could be that with the sun you even feel like this connection has a tendency to really highlight the things that you still need to work on in yourself. And that could be triggering, right? Because it's like when our shadow comes to the forefront, especially when we feel like somebody else's finger is the one pointing at us, pointing out something that we might not, we already are aware we need to work on, right? Or improve. That can be super uncomfortable. So you're perceiving this very much as something that sheds a lot of like true and honest light on where you're at, where you still need some improvement. And maybe that's a mutual thing. I'm not really sure. But you also perceive it as bringing you a lot of joy, and you feel very seen by this person in like a childlike sort of way, a very innocent sort of way, maybe a way that you haven't felt truly understood since you were a kid. So it's like as much as they provoke this wounding, this old wounding, they also kind of heal it a little too, or it feels healing to you. Two of Coins in reverse with this love the necessary hard work oracle card. This is your feelings. Love what you're doing with the place, buddy. I love what you're doing with this energy, though, honestly. You're taking this, you're taking the shadow, you're taking your ego, you're taking your fear and confusion and what, you know, you're not letting it have control over you. You're taking it and you're using that energy in an empowered way. So what you're doing is you're taking accountability for yourself and you're saying, okay, instead of denying or willfully ignoring, you know, instead of being willfully ignorant and running away from what you're pointing out to me, I'm going to let it rock my world. I'm going to let it kill my ego, you know, or humble me. I'm going to bite the bullet and I'm going to see where there is some merit to what you're saying, right? Or it could just be this person's energy triggers this in you as well. Like they're not actually physically saying something to you, but just the mirrored connection, like the way that they reflect you back at you, really shows you some shit about yourself, you know? I feel like you've made this tangible choice to move in an empowered way, to take this energy and not let it bring you down, but let it actually empower you because you are taking accountability, which is being in dominion over your power and your energy, right? Doing something about it, not just letting it like intimidate you or freak you out or make you feel like shit about yourself and then escaping, because that does no good, right? You're not letting it get you down, even if you're not happy about the current state of this connection, which is dope. Power move. Okay, so yeah, but it is rocking your world, the Tower. This connection really has jolted you. Like I said, there's this kind of sense of it being kind of jarring in some sort of way. I'm just laughing because relatable. I've definitely experienced relatable. Okay, so then I have a card for how your energy is manifesting in the above and the below. So the above is kind of like your conscious mind, where your intentional focus is being placed, or how your energy is manifesting through action. And then the below is like your subconscious, what's happening under the surface, your emotions, that kind of thing. So under the surface, you have this Eight of Cups energy, Saturn in Scorpio. This card also says Kundalini on it. So you guys could be going through some sort of Kundalini awakening, or very like a feminine, divine feminine upgrade sort of thing. It says, satisfy my curiosity. Satisfy my curiosity. The Eight of Cups. You're not torn, but it's like you're, how can I explain this? It's interesting. You're holding two truths at once in your soul. You're like, you're moving away from this. You're isolating yourself from it. You're not really moving away from it. It's like you're this person's energy is a breeze, right? And you're in a room. You're just closing the windows and the door. You can open them again at any time. You're not like disconnecting, cutting the cord between you and this person. You're pulling your energy back so that you can gain some emotional clarity and empowerment for yourself and maybe learn some lessons. But there's a part of you that, on a soul level and an emotional level under the surface, still has this longing, right? You're like, come in and satisfy my fucking curiosity because something about this person really makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. You have the Four of Swords energy for how this is coming out in the physical or in your consciousness. This card says Jupiter in Libra, Hades, Hades, Lord of the Underworld, and 5555. So you guys might be seeing synchronicities with lots of fives. It says living for a thrill. Okay. Well, rolling the dice on life, huh? It's weird because you're taking risks. Things might look risky to other people from the outside. Like, what is this bitch doing, you know? But it's interesting because it's like you're actually in a very empowered, aware place. I think you know what you're doing. You're calling in this like chaotic sort of change. It's like you're stirring the winds of change, calling in a storm. But it's like you know that the storm is necessary, so you're not afraid of it. The Four of Swords, you have this peace of mind. It's like Hades isn't scared of hell. You know what I mean? Why? Because they're the lord of the underworld. So there's something here where you're not afraid of your shadow. You're not afraid to do the hard work that this connection is challenging you to do. It's actually really dope energy. Like it's it's a slow clap for me, group number 3. Like I am vibing with that. Let's look at their side of things. Their side of things. Okay. What's going on over here? So, their energy within the connection currently is the Eight of Cups in reverse. That energy just came out on your side too. Letting go. Letting go in reverse. So, I think it's safe to say that this person is not, in fact, releasing this. That's what that seems like to me. Tell me more about this Eight of Cups in reverse. They haven't disconnected emotionally. They may be taking physical action to avoid this. They may be trying to put you out of their mind. I feel like they're failing at that. The Ace of Cups. The Empress in reverse, the Ten of Swords. Look, this person, all of their projections have been fucking cleared up. Where they were denying that you would make them really happy and fulfilled, they can't deny that anymore because I feel like you've walked away or started pulling your energy back, or just refocusing it, really reprioritizing yourself. This person is like, they feel a little shooketh here. They feel like your love, your attention, your affection is a gift. And they feel the absence of it for sure. I have a cramp in my leg. I need to put it on the side of the bed here. Oh, frick. Why? Why? How can I sit in a way that stretches it? Ugh, the other way. Okay, let's do this. That feels good. Oh, God. That cramp is like right in my butt and it hurts. It hurts real bad, guys. The Hanged Man and the Magician both in reverse, clarifying the Eight of Cups in reverse. Existence and new vision with letting go, all in reverse. Welp. You know what this is saying is this person can't see you. They can't see their life without you now. I'm getting that a part of them actually kind of fucking resents that. I don't know why I'm swearing too. I feel like a part of them is kind of resentful of that. They're kind of mad that you have a hold over them of some sort. They feel like their existence has not been the same since they laid eyes on you. It feels dramatic, but it is dramatic for them. They feel like there's a higher perspective that they need to see before they are capable of like really bringing this together. Like if there's going to be a chance for it to manifest in a healthy kind of way. They don't feel like the energy is right for that to happen yet. They don't feel like they have the clarity or the willpower or something. But at the same time, they have not let go emotionally at all. The world wholeness is their perception of things. They're perceiving this as having closed out or a cycle. Yeah, the Four of Wands completing. It's like nothing has changed maybe for a hot second in this connection, and it's making this person feel like something, a cycle has completed, something is whole, something is closed out. Something about that. Oops, where did I put that card? Yeah. I think they also perceive this, though, as bringing something to their awareness that they need to close out, like a personal karmic cycle. Something, a way of thinking, a way of acting, a way of perceiving themselves and the world. Something needed to shift. And you coming into their world actually helped this shift take place. It might have been uncomfortable because it pointed out something again that might have been difficult for them to look at. They might have avoided it even, but it's still there and they can't unsee it. And I think there's also a level of gratitude. It's like they hate that they love you, but they know that you're a positive force in their life at the same time, if that makes sense. Because a part of them does recognize that the cycle that you have kind of spurred them to close out, it's actually helped them love themselves in ways that they weren't loving themselves. Because in order to close out this old behavior, they're having to show themselves really deep levels of acceptance, ruthless compassion. So this could be someone that has that energy where they kind of they can be very critical just the same as you, and they can kind of tear themselves to shreds, it feels like a little bit here. Like they're looking at something that you helped them highlight in their own life, and they're like, this just won't do anymore because I'm better than this. It's not because they think that they have to change it for you. It's that you made them look at themselves and realize this behavior or this perceiving is not aligned with who I am now. I've grown, and therefore I need to shift this as well. It's ready to change. But they're having to show themselves love through this. And I feel like that's kind of hard because they are being hard on themselves right now. There's this energy of slimy energy. And it's underneath the Eight of Cups, letting go in reverse. I need to clarify that. But I feel like a part of them is viewing themselves as being kind of like slimy, or like they don't feel good about a way that they acted or behaved. Maybe there's something here about that. I don't know what it is, but this person, it's kind of eating at them a little bit. Can you tell me more about that slimy energy? This person also definitely does have some sort of trust issue, and I feel like it doesn't really have much to do with you. It might have something to do with you, like something about this connection may have triggered it, but it was definitely there before you came along. Well established before you came along. This person might think that you're kind of like a player. You have a lot of options. You kiss a lot of frogs, so to speak. No, this is more about them. They think about working towards the possibility of this. They start listening to their inner voice. They start trusting their intuition. And then this very defeatist, shitty, criticizing voice in their head comes out and dashes all of their dreams on the rocks, essentially. They're torn between these two parts of themselves, this very logical, like, this doesn't make perfect sense, or the side that wants to criticize and tell them that they're not worthy of it, even if it did make sense. This person's facing their own shadow and their own, like, masochistic self limiting and defeating sort of ways. The Three of Wands virtue in reverse is their feelings for you right now. So let's see what that's about. They also have this Venus in Aries energy of lust that's here as well. Yeah, this person is definitely thinking about you in that way. 100%. To give them some credit, I do feel like they've sort of tried to stop. Like, they're not just rampantly letting it, like, run wild and take over their life. They're trying to keep it in line, but their brain definitely goes to that place, and it feels like this simmering, like, a volcano that's just under the surface. This person doesn't feel like they can ever find enough release in healthy ways to actually, like, sate the ridiculous amount of desire that they feel for you. Yeah. So, like, if this is someone that goes to the gym to, like, work off excess energy, they could, like, work out for 7 hours straight and they'd still go home horny for you. But it's more than that. It's more than that. The Lovers is here. The Ten of Pentacles, wealth. This person wants to choose you. They see there being a practical... This person feels like they could build something with you, whether that's a family, whether it's like wealth, success, just an enjoyable, fulfilling life. They also feel, though, like this fire in the connection wouldn't, like, just run dry. They don't feel like the passion would dwindle, I don't think, with this lust energy. There's a lot of love and there's a lot of lust. There's both. It's kind of the whole package, honestly, which is, I think they're also sort of seeing the world as this being the whole thing, which is also why they're needing to be compassionate with themselves if they did something that may have, like, not been the most aligned. Because I feel like both of your shadows got triggered in this. So they may have felt like the ways that they acted out of alignment with their true or higher or authentic self was kind of ugly as well. And they're having to be compassionate with themselves as they realize how much this means to them, what it would require of them, which is to love themselves, you know, to open up to accepting love, to believing that they are worth it. A part of this person, though, feels like they cannot move towards you because their intentions are not pure. Like, a part of this person is straight up like, no. They don't even trust their own intentions. It's like they don't trust themselves with loving you. Is that a John Mayer song? I don't trust myself with loving you. I think it is. But something like that. They're really just in their own head, though. I feel like they just work it up. Like they're very invested in thinking about this situation. But I feel like it does them more harm than good at times. There's this part of them that feels like they can't just wait, though, for something to happen. It's like there's a sense of urgency or a time restraint. The Page of Swords, conflict. They feel like there needs to be something said. Something needs to be spoken. Strength, power, the Hierophant in reverse, teacher, the King of Swords, control in reverse. Intensity, the Knight of Wands. What the hell? I feel like this person was wrong about something. I feel like they had, for some of them, they had bad information. I don't know what that necessarily means. But someone gave them information that was not true, maybe as a way to control them or the situation. I don't know why they would want to do that. It's like an outside person saying something about the situation that put something in this person's head and changed the way that they viewed it and the way that they acted. It was a power move, a control move on someone's behalf. Someone that acted like they were sharing something to, like, as like a teacher student type thing, like, here, I'll share my knowledge with you so that you don't make the same mistakes I made or something like that. But it was false knowledge. It was straight up lies, actually, just to control the situation. Well, that's weird. Okay. It could have been like a friend that said something to them, a coworker. I don't know. Maybe for some of them it was just that voice in their head telling them some bullshit that was just absolute nonsense, but it got lodged in there, you know? This person's very in their head. And with all that excess energy that you're stimulating in them, it's not a good thing. It's not a good scene. Okay, so what's happening in the below for this person? The below energy is the Four of Pentacles, solitude, Capricorn Sun, Lilith energy. It says, I'd like you to keep me warm and safe. I can't escape this need. So under the surface, this person on an emotional and spiritual level is definitely acknowledging their desire for you. And it goes much deeper than just lust. It's like you make them feel seen, you make them feel safe, you feel like home, and they can't escape the desire that they have for that stability with you. I feel like they feel alone having met you. It's like before they were fine being on their own. Something about meeting you sparked a need or a desire so deep in this person that they cannot avoid it, but again, it's like it makes them mad, but it also gives them hope because they want a love like that. They don't like feeling controlled by it. They don't know if they can trust it. They don't know if they can trust themselves. This person's kind of a hot mess. They're taking time to isolate right now to understand, I feel like, how they feel and what they really want and what they're capable of. But with this Lilith energy, in that isolation, I feel like there are some demons that are attacking this person, mostly within their own mind. Okay, the Three of Swords is how this is manifesting in the above, in the tangible. It says Saturn in Libra and transference. The front says, I'll do it again, I'll fall right in. I'll do it again, I'll fall right in. Yeah. This person's been hurt. I feel like this is someone that takes on a lot of other people's energies. They could be a water sign. or else just an empathic, intuitive type person, sensitive. This is the kind of person that when they invest in someone, they fully give of themselves, and they can lose themselves if they're not careful with their boundaries, or if the other person in the connection isn't respectful of their boundaries. It's broken their heart, it's hurt them deeply in the past. So they're kind of tentative, but you make them very, very tempted to just like swan dive in head first. I'll do it again. I'll fall right in. I want this. This feels good. This is their dream, but it causes them conflict. I just heard, in my dreams, I walk with you. So that's interesting too. Maybe this person dreams of you, has actual dreams about you. That's interesting. Okay. So the core connection energy here, you have talisman. I'm going to read this from the book. I'm not exactly sure. I just want to see what it says. I feel like there's a message there. So you have talisman, you have the page of pentacles, and you also have this oracle card, which says, X-ray for girls, only $1, prevent a life of misery. I can see his true intentions. And then on the guy it says, future of torment and pain. Fuck. Well, let me read the thing for talisman before I say anything about that, about anything. Let me just see. Okay, talisman. So it says the talisman represents new doors opening for you now. New pathways are present at this time. It also invites you to find or create and change an appropriate symbol, amulet, or mantra to help support your current endeavors or healing. Empower this talisman with your intention to evoke its magic in your everyday life. Meditate with the card to act as a powerful road opener to a new adventure or opportunities, or to discover hidden talismans of power, love, and peace. The symbol of the key talks about moving from one place to another in life and can help free you from self-imposed cages to move into the next part of your journey by opening new doors to opportunity. So it feels like there is an opportunity for a new door to be opened between you and this person, for there to be a new pathway created between the two of you, which is very interesting. The Page of Pentacles would support that as well, because that really does talk about taking a new opportunity or being open to one. So I feel like there's a mutual openness. I also feel like there's a mutual mistrust though, because this is the overall energy, right? So it's like you're both looking at each other like, I can see through you, or I'm trying to see through you to see if you are going to be a future of torment and pain. It's like you're both trying to see through each other to one another's true intentions. I'm gonna just clear these cards so that I can really focus on the ones that are still here. Okay, let's clarify that a little bit. Tell me about this Page of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles in reverse. It's very tentative, like cautious energy. And it's because you're both a little bit insecure. It's like there's a new door opening and you're both kind of like tiptoeing towards it or being pulled towards it. One more. The Six of Cups. Yeah. the reuniting water hole. It's literally all about coming back together. It is about reunion. You guys feel that there is this connection or this, sorry, energy available for reconnection. You both feel that strongly, I think. I was facing the camera more that way because Loons is sleeping over there. But she moved further over, so I'm going to move it back now. There's an insecurity about blah, blah, blah. Maybe you guys feel like you can't even fucking talk to each other. Like you guys really get that affected by one another. There's something here about that. There's a sense that you've known this person before, or you've been in past lives before, or you've been close before. There's like an intimacy that exists that doesn't make sense that it exists for the amount of time you've known this person. But there is an insecurity tied to this life, and it's like not totally being confident in what you bring to the table to a relationship. Neither of you feel totally confident about that. Okay, let's move on to the second part of the reading and see like where you were before this person came into your life, where you are now as a result of them influencing you, and what gifts this brought to you. What gifts this brings you. Can you guys see? Me shuffling. Let's see. Okay, so where you were before them. Oh my. God damn. Okay, where you are after. Jesus, that's intense. Wow. Okay. Holy fuck. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, well. Let's see what is going on here. This is definitely an intense connection. Could be very karmic. The fact that you guys chose the perfume that's called Nirvana as well. Nirvana talks about the state that we reach when we get off of that karmic wheel, when we release ourselves into an ultimate state of bliss. When we get off that samsara, the wheel, right? So interesting. I don't know if this person is someone that's keeping you on the wheel or helping you get off, but we're going to find out. Okay, so the energy that you were in before this person, the 9 of Swords, the Moon, and Temperance in reverse. What the fuck? Yeah, this is super intense. Yeah. This is like PTSD intense. This is like I've seen things. I've seen all the things, you know. And now I don't want to leave my bedroom. I need to stay under the covers because I know what kind of world we're in. Like that's that kind of energy. A lot of anxiety, a lot of stress. The kind that cripples you. The fear of the unknown and what lurks in the dark, just being really consumed by your fears, and this creating a huge imbalance in your life with Temperance in reverse here. You also do have the energy of the Advocate though, so I feel like it says inspires you to put compassion into action. you had gone through some really intense shit, but you were still in the headspace of like, okay, how can I heal and hopefully use this to help other people heal? But I feel like before you met this person, you were still kind of like in the thick of it. You're still in the woods. You're not out of the woods yet here before you met this person. Tell me more about that. Tell me about that temperance in reverse. This is like the sense of being haunted by things that you've experienced. You were definitely learning deep lessons, though. You were learning how to master your experiences and come into more dominion over your power so that you can use it for good as well. The things that you had learned, which is beautiful. But yeah, that's gnarly. That is some gnarly energy. I'm not going to lie. Okay, the energy that you're in now after this person's influence, you have justice and then the empress and the emperor both in reverse. This is so intense. Like, look at this. I'm like, what? The justice with the empress and the emperor in reverse. God damn. You also have the mediator in reverse, so the shadow attributes, negotiating with an ulterior motive or a hidden agenda, either personally or professionally, and the hermit, seeking solitude to focus intently on inner life, serving personal creativity. There's conflicting energies here a little bit. It's kind of like justice at all costs. You want there to be some sort of justice in a situation here. Maybe a balancing between the head and the heart in a situation, a balancing between the masculine and the feminine. There's something here, though, where the caution in reverse came out. It's like there's something that you're not... It's like there's a warning here that you might not be heeding. What's this Empress in reverse? The Five of Cups, the spilt regret. What's the Emperor in reverse? It's a very potent time for you to be manifesting right now, group 3. And karma could come in for you at this time, like what you really deserve, justice. However, the King of Cups and the High Priestess in reverse, clarifying the Emperor in reverse. Don't let your feelings throw you into this state of being off balance again. Okay? Because something is trying to balance itself out and come into harmony for you right now. Good things are trying to come towards you, I feel like, and this is the universe working to bring them in. But there's a lot of emotion here with the King of Cups and the Five of Cups here that you're feeling. That is causing an intuitive blind spot. It's causing an intuitive blind spot. And I feel like it's throwing off the balance between your masculine and feminine energies, which is not going to put you in an energy where you're aligned to accept your karma. So I think this is like the caution. This is the warning that you need to sort of be aware of here. What's the mediator in reverse? It's like you have some sort of ulterior motive or hidden agenda here. You might want a very specific form of justice. You might be trying to manifest like a very specific outcome, but it's not in your hands, you know? And you could be getting in the way of what is supposed to actually be the outcome. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, uh-oh. The Three of Wands in reverse. You could really be blocking something here that is supposed to come into you and be very abundant. Okay, so just be aware of that. You have these energies. They're right here. You can flip them in the upright and embody them in an empowered sort of way. I feel like just too much of your energy might be going towards this particular situation at this time. It's like if the Emperor and the Empress are both here and this is truly like a divine connection, you can't lose what's meant for you, okay? So keep that in mind. But you can create delays, so it almost feels like you need to focus on your personal life at this time and be guided by your intuition, and you might need to not focus so much on this connection or this person at this time in order to balance out your own energy and get into this, the alchemical mother, the Empress in the upright. Get into this energy where you're in an empowered alchemist state and you can bring what is truly yours into being here. Okay, that's very important. They're highlighting that in the energy. Okay, the gifts that this gave you. Now, this is crazy also. You have the Knight, Queen, and King of Pentacles, all of them here in the upright. All right, well, safe to say that this connection had very real world, tangible implications for sure. Like it affected and affects still, I feel like, your physical world. It's teaching you like hands-on lessons. So with the Knight of Pentacles, it's got this upheaval oracle card here too. I feel like this showed you where your actions are not getting you where you want to be. Essentially it like shone light on where you're not being effective in your approach, where something needs, it's giving that tower energy with upheaval. It's like something needs to change and suddenly you're blatantly aware of it. This connection made you realize something about the way that you're literally navigating through life in your day-to-day reality is not working. The karmic soul tribe, the family in reverse. It's like you're too overburdened maybe with excess energy that you don't need to be carrying, or, you know, responsibilities, whatever the case, to make room, I feel like, for important connections in your life. So that might be something that your attention's being drawn to here. The Queen of Pentacles and reflection. This definitely got you to reflect on your self-worth and your self-respect. And again, like, to consider what it is that you believe you bring to a connection, what you have to offer, what your value is, you know, and what is that, what are you basing that on? I feel like you see yourself in a very raw and clear way, and you see your value in a way that maybe you haven't for quite some time. So that's definitely another gift that this gave you. And then the King of Pentacles with decay. Tell me about that. Tell me about the decay. Tell me about the decay. The karmic release in reverse. Wow. And the expansion, the shedding snake. This is where you're straight up just blocking your own abundance and getting in your own way by not releasing things that are not meant for you. The karmic release. holding in something that is meant to be released here is actually has been causing decay. It's like if this snake, rather than shedding its skin and expanding, chose to just keep that dead skin on, those layers of dead skin would just keep accumulating. And it's like something that's meant to be released that then ends up bogging you down in a weird way, right? There's some sort of like potential you have with the King of Pentacles to be very abundant in the physical realm, like financially abundant, very good health, positive, healthy relationships. But there's something that you've been knowing, I think, on some level you need to release, but you've been holding on to it rather than expanding because that expansion feels uncomfortable. It's maybe even felt comfortable, more comfortable to be in your head overthinking and stressed and anxious about this than just let go of it because it's still what you're used to, you know, in a weird way. So those are the gifts, the main gifts that this connection has given you. The highest, most abundant use of these gifts is the Queen of Swords in reverse and speak truth. I feel like you know now what needs to be cut out. And the Queen of Swords in reverse gives no fucks. Like, this bitch gives no fucks. She is going to be that phoenix rising, and she's going to say what she needs to say. And she might be a little harsh about it, you know? Like, there's somewhere here where you need to really be clear and set some boundaries, I feel like, and maybe just outright cut something all the way out of your life that's not helping you. Tell me what this is. The Chariot in reverse. Something that's holding you back. Could be a Cancer, Cancerian energy. Tell me what is this Chariot in reverse? The Six of Cups. You might have the wrong idea about what you actually deserve. You might think that you're meant to end up with this person, but they could have just been someone that was meant to wake you up, shake you up, and push you in the direction of what is really yours or for you. So I really need to say, like, do not think that you can control and dictate karma or fate, okay? There's a real danger in thinking that you know everything, because there's something here, I feel like, where you do need to speak your truth. And if you lose something by speaking the truth, that's something that was never yours to begin with, right? It never meant to be yours. There's just a warning about not pushing something from the past, not pushing reconciliation, not trying to force an outcome, because it's like your view of what justice truly is might be confused. It might be skewed by your own emotions at this time. Okay? So just take that as it resonates. It won't be for everybody, but that is a message that's coming through. And if it's not this person that needs to be cut out, it's something else from your past, I feel like, that you need to be very, very clear and decisive in removing. Or protecting yourself from. Okay, so the most healthy, the healthiest perspective or way of looking at this connection for you. You have the 10 of Wands, and you also have balance. That's pretty interesting. This connection definitely has served to make you aware of where you were taking on and carrying extra weight, that it was just unnecessary for you to carry, you know? And in that way, it, like, ironically, by pointing out all of the imbalance, it actually did create a balance in your life. It was like the great equalizer or something like that. Essentially, it created a bit of a breaking point for you. And now you can take that breaking point and you can choose to use it to create harmony in your life. Because you've been out of balance for a bit. The Ten of Cups, the Starseed, the Queen of Wands, the Shaman, Temperance. Damn. The future looks very, very bright for you. But then there's the Ten of Swords and the Five of Wands at the bottom of the deck with the Four of Swords in reverse, the Four of Pentacles. There are two very distinct paths that you can go here. One of them is definitely a higher path with the Shaman and the Starseed. Those are like otherworldly energies for sure. And it's like this cosmic energy of being balanced and confident and connected within yourself, and then just with ease attracting this wish fulfillment, this beautiful abundance and emotional fulfillment and love, right? But then on the other side of things, it's like if you continue to hold on to this, that can't come to that next place with you, that next phase of your life, if you hold on to the weight of past betrayals, deceptions, pain, essentially if you stay living on this barren land, well then yeah, nothing's going to grow. You're going to stay in this place of tension. You're going to stay in your head. You're going to stay feeling stuck where you don't want to be, you know? And it's just because you're not making the judgment call to move where you are and to go stand where you actually want to be and stop holding on to something that has been hurting you for long enough, you know? Long enough. So that's very interesting. This connection's super, super deep. Is there any final message that you want group number 3 to know about this connection, Spirit? Let's see. The near future, what to expect maybe within this connection? Or what can I ask to really give you some concrete answer that you need? Let's see. What kind of energy will be cultivated in group number 3's life if they continue to pursue this connection or stay open to it moving forwards? Let's see. What kind of energy will it primarily bring into their life moving forwards? If they stay open to it. Masks, the hidden wolf. Okay, not loving it so far. What else? Although this could be you taking off the shadow self, okay? This is going to bring out some dark, inner energy. Or this person might show you their shadow self. The Five of Wands in reverse. And the Three of Cups. Or the Three of Cups. I feel like there's going to be a message that comes in from this person maybe, but there might be some sort of deception connected to that. So just be aware of that. But I don't know. It's like Spirit doesn't want to tell me, or maybe can't tell me. There might still be too much energy up in the air between you two, but it's like it's hard to know which way it's going to go. It really depends whether you guys utilize the energies between you to make yourselves better, so that when you come back together, when your shadows are triggered, you just drop the mask of the ego and you just become your most vulnerable, authentic self. Because that is very empowering, right? Dropping the tension, the conflict, and just coming together instead. There's definitely the potential for that, or there's the potential for your shadow to be triggered and you guys to wear these masks and never really get real with each other, which I feel like would be a shame. Never to really see each other's true nature, and then you'd never come together as lovers, you know? But there is the potential for this to transform. metamorphosis can take place here, that scorpionic energy. Or, you know, you can take this energy and use it to fuel your own personal transformation, which I kind of feel like is the stronger message for you guys, at least for right now. I do get the strong sense that you're kind of meant to be focusing on empowering your own individual energy and bringing blessings in, removing blocks that you might be putting in your own way for your blessings and abundance to come in on a personal scale, because you might be taking your eyes off of those goals to focus on this, specifically the disappointing elements of this, which is then taking you out of that high vibrational energy that you need to be in right now. So I don't feel like it's a no forever. I just feel like right now you're meant very much to be focused on your own goals. And again, it's like, if this is for you, then you cannot lose it. You cannot do anything to fuck it up unless you like physically go out of your way, you know, to really like be a dick. Hi. Did you just pull away from my hand? That was so rude. Don't you want my love? You don't want my love. She's rude. Anyways, yeah, there's something about that. It's like, she wants my love. She just doesn't want it right now, you know? So maybe you need to pull back. I'm going to go to bed. I'm fucking tired, not going to lie. But yeah. Bedtime. Hey, Looney. It could go either way. You have to trust what you know about the situation, but you also have to trust it enough and trust yourself enough to let go, to take your hands off the wheel surrounding this connection at this time, so that you can invest in yourself and your dreams and your goals and your manifestations, and know that this thing and this person will be there for you on the other side if they're truly for you, okay? I love you so much, group number 3. I will talk to you very soon. Thanks so much for being here. And yeah, let me know if the reading resonated for you, if it was helpful in any way. Mwah. Bye. Hey, group 4. I hope you guys are well. So, yeah, you guys chose the Brilliant Peony perfume. Okay. Let's get into the first part of the reading, the energy check. So basically, keep in mind that I'm going to read the first side like as if it's your energy, so I'll refer to that as you. And then the second side, your person, obviously. But if it does feel like those energies are reversed, then just take it how it resonates for you, because for a general reading, the roles can always be reversed, and that's totally normal. Okay? So we'll start by looking at your side of things here, and then your person's and the overall situation or state between the two of you currently. And then, yeah, we'll move into another part of the spread to look at where you were before them, where you are now, and all that kind of stuff. What gifts this gave you. Okay, so let's see here. So your energy within this connection. So you have the 8 of Wands in reverse. Your perception of them and this is the 5 of Wands in reverse, and your feelings are the Ace of Wands. Okay, all the wands. You might be feeling in like this very fiery spiritual energy where you're trusting yourself more, maybe within this connection and also just in general. You could feel like you're going through an intuitive like ascension sort of period as well. But with the 8 of Wands in reverse being the energy that you're bringing to this connection currently, it's essentially just like a no-go. It's like thou shall not pass, who goes there kind of vibes. You might not be communicating with this person at all. You could have even blocked them. But I feel like it's kind of like a full stop on the energy that you are offering to this. Yeah, the 9 of Wands in reverse. You're just like, no, you know, like I'm not pushing myself to the end of this thing because I don't find it enjoyable. It's kind of the vibe of like, if I get halfway through the book and I'm not liking it, I'm not going to force myself to finish it because life's too fucking short. You know, like if I am eating a sandwich that is disgusting, then maybe I'm going to go buy a pizza because, you know, again, why would you stick with something and pour all of your strength into something that's bringing you more of a headache than a benefit? You know, I feel like you might very strongly feel as though the situation between you and this person isn't over yet, but at the same time you're like, let the chips fall as they may. You know, like I am officially done trying to direct whatever this is. That's kind of the energy that I'm picking up from you. It's kind of like someone poked the hornet's nest or something. Like there's a very fiery, sort of like sassy energy that's coming from this side of things. Your perception being the 5 of Wands in reverse, I feel like you're just like this, your energy really feels as though you're kind of just at the end of whatever rope of patience you had. You might be physically burnt out as well, but this is just an energy of like there might have been competition or conflict. This situation might have just put you into an internal state of kind of chaos, and you're feeling like you're at this point where if the price is your peace of mind, then it doesn't matter what it is. It costs too much. You know what I mean? You're at that place where you're just not willing to compromise certain things. And you shouldn't. You should protect certain things for sure. And it's not to say that maybe this situation is completely finished or closed out. There might still be some other events that are going to unfold between you and this person, or maybe they're not out of your life. But at the same time, you can choose not to engage with fuckery, right? You can choose not to engage with someone until they kind of get right and come to you in more of a correct way, or yeah, something along the lines of that, I feel like. And if this person was making you feel like an option, you're like, forget it then. Like, take me off the list. Like, I don't want to be there. If there's anyone else on the list. Why? Because I have self-respect. You know what I mean? Like, I know the energy I bring and when I pour into things, and I know that I deserve the same focus and investment in return. So it's a pretty empowered energy, but it does feel like it maybe took you getting pushed through some bullshit maybe to get to this point finally where you're like, I'm just not gonna settle, you know? The Knight of Cups in reverse. And the Hanged Man at the bottom of the deck. This is like, roses are red, violets are blue. I'd rather be single than go out with you, you know? That's what this is. You're like, I will suspend myself here as the Hanged Man. And literally just remove myself as an option because Knight of Cups in reverse, you're like, no, I'm good, you know? You're not offering much anyways, is essentially what that is. But in your feelings is the Ace of Wands. You could still be like, horny for this person. I'm just gonna fucking say it. Like when you're not in your head stressing about them, the other place that your thoughts could go surrounding them is that you're kind of, you know, they do it for you in some way. And I feel like that's maybe why you'd put so much energy and effort into it, why you would pushed and communicated. Because it feels like you not communicating is like an innovative move. It's like you're doing something new here by pulling your energy back. So that's telling me that in the past, you had a habit of maybe not doing that, or maybe overgiving or being too available. But you're like, let's try something new, you know? Let's remember who the hell we are for a second and let's do something different here that still is for the highest and best good of all, because you standing in your power will always be for the highest and best good of all, right? And yeah, you're allowing yourself to disengage from things that you may have been committed to in the past, but you're realizing that they're more weighing you down now, like you've outgrown them. And that could be where you used to maybe not be afraid to compete or put up a fight or even be an option, maybe. Maybe you were into more casual things like that, or whatever the case, right? No judgment. But it's just like you're realizing that doesn't really fit with you anymore with the growth that you've done, or just what you want now versus what you wanted then. Something's changed, and you're letting go of old promises that don't resonate with you anymore. It feels pretty freeing to do something different, to be innovative in this way. It's like Uranus energy, Aquarian energy, new life, a new life, something with fresh breath in it, you know? And that's like this Ace of Wands energy as well. It's like there's a pulse, there's a spark. I just heard, right when I said that, I heard that can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we just dancing in the dark. Dancing in the dark. You might be in kind of a state of chaos a little bit. Especially with all this Wands energy, it's very reinventive, creative, destructive, because creation is destruction, destruction is creation, life is death, death is life, right? They lead into one another. There's like this understanding. You might be practicing chaos magic at this time. Yeah, there's the Fool energy. That's what I was just talking about, Uranus energy. Because there's also this Fire Mother, the Fool, and then this Ace of Wands, right? It's like you're very connected to your fire, your spark. And you're kind of just like deciding, what should I light? Like, where should I put this spark? Where do I want to create a fire ultimately? Desire in my life, you know? Where do I want to pour this energy? Because it is potent, it is powerful, and valuable, right? So I feel like you're kind of taking the desire and the energy that you were focusing, I almost said fixating, so maybe you were a little obsessed with this person at one point. But it feels like all of your energy at one point was going in their direction. And now you're pointing it in your own direction. And it's the Fire Mother, right? So it's like you're putting the spark within yourself. You are the fire that you're starting. That's so interesting. I love that. But there is this energy with that Ace of Wands where you're like, I can make magic happen. And part of you feels like you want to use that magic to manifest this situation and this person. But I think that you're actually suppressing that desire and you're focusing it more on yourself. But there is definitely that like pull. Yeah, the Magician in reverse. I don't think that you're manifesting this situation currently. I think you're focusing it on yourself. But there's definitely still that sexual tension, or like you cannot deny, I feel like, that this person turns you on. Yeah. It might even really piss you off that they do. The Five of Cups. Yeah, it's like you don't want to be connected. There's a part of you that if this person hurt you, you're trying to heal. You want to disconnect. It's like you don't want any part of you still feeling committed to this or them. You're trying to reclaim your energy and your power. So that part of you might be a source of frustration because you're trying to disconnect your energy from them, but you still think about them in that way, maybe. Or you just feel that you just have desire for them in general. Okay, so how your energy is, let's look at the above and the below. So this is essentially how your energy is manifesting on your, like in your conscious, focused, intentional mind and actions versus your emotional undercurrents and your subconscious. Okay, so on the surface, no, actually, let's look at the subconscious and then we'll see what's bubbling up into the physical from that place. So you have the Four of Wands and the Knight of Cups. It says Aries, Venus, madness, sex, Cancer energy, and prana. So this is about your life force energy, your heart, and how you channel that towards yourself, Aries, Venus. There's also that element of chaos with the madness. Some of you might want to be celibate or abstain at this time and just really focus on channeling that creative energy into something that you're wanting to build. Okay, it says, I got you out of my head, and the weather is strong, whether it's hot or cold. Ooh, icy. Icy like 1017. Better not give it up to anyone but me. Yeah, you're icy, I feel like. Even this is on a soul level, so you're like, I ain't faking it, honey. You know, like you're really not. You have found a way to pull back your focus, and I feel like even your desire, your feelings, almost completely from this person. I feel like you guys, group number 4, you are people that the weather's strong, whether it's hot or cold. It's like you feel things very intensely, but you're kind of all or nothing. When you feel something, you feel it, and when you're done, like you're done, you know. Once it moves through you and you process it, you're over it, right? Like, I got you out of my head. You might have a prominent air placement that sometimes keeps you stuck, like wanting to communicate or express yourself or understand situations that really ultimately it's healthier for you to just like release yourself from. And I feel like this is all part of the innovative approach that you're using. You did find a way to get this person out of your head, out of sight, out of mind, out of your energy for the most part. And I feel like you're pouring that energy back into yourself. And I don't know, it's a pretty badass and empowering energy, not gonna lie. How this is manifesting in the above, you have the Ace of Cups and the Two of Cups. Damn. Neptune and Cancer Venus energy. Ace of Cups, Two of Cups. It says, are they flaws if I'm in love with them, and I prefer to be alone to understand my feelings? You're taking accountability is what's happening here, and it's breaking a cycle because you're really facing something head on, so then you're not getting stuck in the remnants of it. You're not getting tied up in needing to like make it make sense. It's like you're just taking care of it now. I feel like you're really looking at the ways that you may have self-destructed through not seeing the truth of the situation. Are they flaws if I'm in love with them? The Ace of Cups energy. That's like you may have seen red flags in this person. You may have even seen things that you flat out didn't like about them, flaws, or that did not align with you and your morals and values or something like that, the way you live your life. I don't know, but I feel like you overlooked them. You were like, are they flaws though if I'm in love with the person, or can I just bypass that? There's that energy of Neptune energy, or the energy of Neptune is here. So you've pulled back, and part of it is because you're isolating your energy so that you can understand your feelings and your motives and make sure that you are aligned in the way that you want to be. That's what that feels like. It feels responsible. It feels pretty liberated, pretty inspired and inspiring. You might be kind of in your bad bitch era or boss ass era. Something here feels really good on your side of things. Group 4. Okay. Let's look at your person's side of things now and see what's going on with them. We're in my bedroom. It's a vibe. I needed to switch things up and I wanted to be cozy, and we're in my bedroom on my bed. So I hope you like the intimate vibes. This could have been someone that you were stuck on for a while, though. I don't feel like this shift, this innovative way of acting took place right away. Like I said, I feel like you did have to get to the end of your rope. You had to get frustrated, fed up with both yourself and this person, maybe, or yeah, more so your own bullshit, I feel like. But once you did, it seems like you were really over it. Which is a pretty great energy to be in, honestly, because you're kind of like, I got nothing to lose. I'm gonna go all in on myself, because YOLO. I like it. The frequency on my TV is changing right now. What is it putting on? It's putting on, oh, the video is just paused. What's going on? What is this? The throat chakra. Okay, just put one on for the throat chakra. So maybe, yeah, you're, again, like, I feel like you're not talking to this person. There might be the need to actually communicate something between the two of you to close out some sort of karma, or it might be that you end up having an opportunity to converse or express yourself to this person. And I feel like if you do, it might actually be even more like further liberation for you, almost like a chance to say how you feel without being afraid of, I don't know, I guess what they think or whatever may have held you back from speaking your truth to people that you cared about in the past. Okay, let's see what's up with this person. Their energy within the connection is the King of Swords in reverse. I won't judge until we clarify, but and then their perception is the Three of Cups, their feelings, the Page of Wands. This person feels like you fucking rocked their world. And I honestly feel like this person is someone who's used to being the smartest person in the room, in every room and any room. Like, this is a smart individual. They're very perceptive and strategic. They're the fox, They may use that to their advantage sometimes, not for the best when they're not in alignment, but this person feels like you outsmarted them. It's not outsmarting. It's like you dropped a knowledge bomb, or you, through the way that you act and exist, something you did or said has shook this person's understanding of life. I mean, I'm talking, this is someone who it feels like they are having an existential crisis of some sort. Like their world has genuinely been turned upside down by you. Whatever you triggered in this person. And I don't know if you know, like if you're aware the effect that you've actually had on this person by choosing yourself and pulling your energy back and walking away. Because they have felt that. And it's affected them deeply. They are in like a period of very significant change. Like they're literally between worlds, between their old existence and it's like what they know now, they can't unknow. And there's a part of them that wouldn't even want to anyways, but at the same time they don't really know what to do with this knowledge. Or it's deep though. It's like a new awareness. Sorry, my hair's stuck in my earring and it is tangling. It's a new awareness that this person is having. Tell me about this King of Swords in reverse, but it really has turned their world upside down, and this is an area that they are used to feeling super confident and sure of themselves in. Like 2 + 2 is 4. I know what is real and what is not. I am cunning in this reality, and people don't get one over on me, or like things don't hit me out of left field and surprise me. But this thing, or maybe just you in general, caught them off guard in some sort of way that has really shaken them. There's a level of insecurity that they feel and defensiveness because of that. Okay, their perception being the 3 of Cups. I think this person feels like there could be reconciliation between you. Like there's still a chance, or there's still an opportunity. It's the 3 of Cups. They could also think that you have other options. The Chariot in reverse. What's the Chariot in reverse? The King of Pentacles. They might think that you're not moving forwards because there's a cycle with someone that is not meant for you. Someone that they perceive as like boring you, not being a true fit for you or a match for you. But they might see you as still being in a cycle with somebody else, a third party. And they might perceive, this person here, I feel like they perceive that the reason you've pulled your energy back is because there's somebody else involved that you have a prior commitment to. But this person is coming through as very like stodgy, almost a dark energy. It's definitely someone this person doesn't feel like is right for you. There's this card underneath, Get Your Halo Dirty. It's interesting. They might see you as like an angel or some form of just very, not a literal angel, but someone who came into their life and shook it up in a positive kind of way due to just how you do things differently. They see you as very different from like the norm in their life, whatever that is. They almost feel like you're scraping the barrel with whoever you've been with. Like if they know who your exes are, they feel like they're below you, like you stepped down, got your halo dirty, but they feel like that you're still involved with someone. Why are they perceiving this? Why? Because I don't think you are. I think you're very focused single-mindedly on yourself. I just want to know what's causing this person to believe that you're involved with somebody else. The 7 of Cups in reverse. They feel like you have a lot of options, or you know how you feel or what you want. What? So why would you be by yourself, I think, is what they're thinking about this from an unhealed place, an imbalanced place. So it doesn't really make sense. But they are looking at you like, no, group number 4 is not just, it's like they almost aren't even considering the option that you're just doing you and not involved with anybody right now. They can't really like wrap their head around that. They haven't even considered that. Because they are making the assumption that like you definitely have a lot of options. You could, and you also know what you deserve. And so in their mind they're like, yeah, no, they're definitely not sleeping alone at night, essentially. But this is an assumption based on, I'm not sure exactly if there's anything else that's fueling that, but the Page of Wands is their feelings towards you. There is like an optimism here, but it's almost like a childlike, it's a playful optimism. It's almost dreamy. It's like they let themselves go there sometimes. Maybe actually in their dreams when their guard is let down. This person might dream about you, or they might have dreams about you guys having a future together. But it's like when they're thinking about an exalted future, when they're thinking about a positive future in their life, you're involved in that vision somehow. This person does think very highly of you. I don't know if they acted that way or voiced that, but they do. For sure. Something about their dreams. You come through in their dreams a lot. Or they just daydream about you, like they find themselves just thinking about you. It could be while they're working, they zone out. Yeah. While they're making money, they zone out and they think about like what it would be like to like come home to you. They actually kind of get stressed out and a little bit in their head, because they feel, a part of them feels like they can't really control the places that their head goes when it's involving you. And I think this person's a little bit uncomfortable with that. Okay, so how this is manifesting in their subconscious, or this person's not having a great time with whatever's going on here, the Tower. Just letting you know, you definitely have affected them in some way. Strongly. So yeah, how this is manifesting in their subconscious or their underlying feelings. The 3 of Swords. It says Libra, Saturn, Ascendant, and Eros. So again, there's this sexual energy coming up with Eros, but there's also Libra, Saturnian. This person could have Saturn in Libra. They could have a Libra rising placement. It's like they're learning a relationship lesson with Libra Saturn, though. It could have to do with lust and love and the difference between the two. What does it say? It says, he comes to me with tsunamis of emotion. He forgets to breathe. Okay, so I feel like this person, under the surface, they're, again, the 3 of Swords. They're feeling a lot. There's actually kind of an overwhelm of emotion under the surface here, fueling this person, and there's a sense of them that it feels quite energetically stifling, like heavy, almost suffocating, like it's something that they can't escape, and I think that makes them quite uncomfortable. It's like something, it's like they had their internal ocean was calm, and then you ran across the floor of it, and all the sand and everything got kicked up at the bottom of the ocean. Now they're very aware of everything that you're making them feel. How is this manifesting on the surface? So you have the 10 of Wands. It says Chiron. and Saturn in Sagittarius, 999, and then no, this big no in the corner. On the front, it says, I could let you have it. You could be my habit. Oh, God, that's such a good song. Habit by Still Woozy. I could let you have it. You could be my habit. You could be my woman. Oh. I love that song. This person is unstable, okay? They're unhinged, no, but they're well, a little bit. I mean, no hate on them, but they are a little volatile, both mentally and emotionally right now. It's because they're suppressing so much. They're, in terms of their emotions, they're just like, hell no, but their emotions are demanding to be felt. It's like they're getting backed into a corner inside of themselves, is what it feels like. It's an uncomfortable feeling. There's like a tension in my chest. They feel like the walls are closing in and they can't escape whatever they've been running from here. I feel like it's an evolution that they're being asked to make, a personal evolution. But it feels heavy with this Ten of Wands energy. It feels like you poked them in like the most tender place with this Chiron energy. And it's like you made them realize the depth of their own desire. I feel like this person is obsessed with the idea of letting you have it. Dirty. I mean, yeah, in that way too. They definitely think about you. You know? I'm channeling this song called... It's called All Due Respect by Vori. And, what part was I just channeling? Oh, yeah. The lyrics. He says, 1,000 times I've fucked you in my mind, with all due respect. 1,000 times I've fucked you in my mind, with all due respect. Like, this person, again, it's like they can't control where their mind goes surrounding you. And I feel like they daydream and they're like, ooh, the things that I would do to group for. Or even just like the life that we would, the big, juicy, sexy life that we would live together, the future we could have. This person really, they go those places and it's almost like they get lost there and then they don't realize how long they've been wandering there. And it scares them because even though they feel maybe physically disconnected from you at this time, it's like you're very present at the same time within their own desire. And I think that that's what they're kind of being forced to like reckon with at this time. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Let's move on to the energy of the connection overall. I'm just going to clear these cards so that I can focus more on those. This is really interesting energy. But yeah. Okay, so the overall energy of the connection. You guys could have strong Scorpio in your chart, or they could. It's coming through as just a strong overall energy. You have this Oracle card, Death, which is also the Scorpionic tarot card. Number 36, which is a 9. I feel like there's a culmination point coming in regards to this. I feel like you've each made a decision. This is what it feels like. It feels as though, I don't know why I'm feeling like both of you had an independent choice to make surrounding this, and you've both made your choices now. So the energy is moving or evolving in some way. There's transformation taking place, even if you're not in contact. There's definitely an opportunity available because the Page of Pentacles is the Oracle card that's here. So it's like something's been transforming, and there's going to be, I feel like, a new opportunity that the two of you then will choose how to take or how to engage with. There's two other cards that came out, and I feel like one of these is for you and one is for them. So the first one is this woman. I love this card so much. She has this petition, and it's like petition for NASA to catapult me directly into the sun. This is so your energy. It's like you're done with whatever the bullshit was, you know? I don't feel like you're done with this person necessarily, like black and white, like, no, it's for like you're dead and in the ground, you're 6 feet under, buddy. But I do feel like you're like, if you come and you bring the fuckery to my doorstep one more time, it's catapulting into the sun for me because no, like I cannot handle any more of the nonsense, you know? You're just done. And then this person, they have this heart that says yes inside of it. I mean, I feel like they cannot deny that you're all up in their head, their heart, their loin area, you know. You made an impact here, whether they wanted you to or not, whether they wanted to initially admit it or not. I think this person's past that point and they're just kind of like accepting the reality that you ninja'd your way past their defenses. And now they have to deal with the reality of the situation, which is that you made an impact on them, okay? So I'm going to put the rest of the cards down so that we can look at where you were before them, energetically, where you're at now, what gifts this person gave you, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Aww. Okay. Okay. Aww. It's interesting. All right. This is so cute. Okay, I like this. Okay. So, where to start? Here. The energy that you were in before you knew this person, before any interaction had taken place between you, before their energy and your awareness of it had ever influenced you. Where were you? Okay, so you were in the energy of the Three of Wands, the Two of Swords in reverse, and the Five of Swords in the upright, with the Visionary in reverse. Whoa, these cards don't really want to shuffle. And the Eight of Swords almost came out, so... Okay, well... you were fucking yourself every day, all day in your head is what this looks like. You were stuck in a perpetual energy, I feel like, of waiting for something to show up on the horizon. Like, constantly waiting. This would be like if you were expecting someone to, like a friend to be flying in. You go to the airport every day and you watch for the plane. But it's like the plane never really like comes in. Visionary in reverse. This is the shadow attributes. So it says selling insights to the highest bidder, compromising your vision to make it more acceptable. You were definitely compromising something here, some part of your personal vision and your acknowledgement of the capacity that you have to see things that are not conceivable to others, but also then like believe so much in your vision that you can actually bring those things into being as well. this is an energy of you having kind of lost faith in your own ability, I feel like, to manifest like what you deserve and desire. And it feels like maybe you had tried to manifest something that hadn't come in yet. And so you jumped to the conclusion or made up your mind that, what's this Two of Swords in reverse? What did they make up? What were they so sure about here? It's interesting though, because it's something you were sure of, but it was causing you a lot of mental conflict. Okay. The Ten of Cups in reverse. Well, I honestly kind of, yeah, the Lover, the Six of Wands in reverse, the Lovers in reverse. This is pretty deep. Group 4. You're a visionary. You're a lover as well. And you have a hell of a lot of desire and transformative energy within you. You could definitely have scorpionic placements for sure. You don't have to, but for sure you could. What? Something had shattered your belief in the kind of love that you really do desire. And so I feel like you started stifling that desire because you were afraid that it doesn't exist or that you'll just never find it. You got really in your head about this at some point, and then you felt like because you were no longer admitting that desire, that want for love, for emotional fulfillment, for partnership, for intimacy, you stopped acknowledging that desire within yourself, and then you forgot what you were waiting for. You lost your vision, and you got stuck in your head here. Yeah, because love is a big part of the vision here. Love is a big part of your vision. So when you lost faith in that, or you stopped believing that that was a potential for you, it feels like you were kind of just perpetually circling the drain here, trying to remind yourself what you were even showing up for, but not really feeling connected to your vision and to the why behind the things that you do. So you could have been going through a pretty dark phase before you met this person. It's almost just coming through like a sleepwalking kind of energy, being asleep, having like amnesia or something, being disconnected from an important part of yourself. Where you are now after the influence of this person in your life, you have the Page of Cups, the Three of Pentacles in reverse, the Chariot, and the Divine Feminine card in the upright. This is pretty dope. I'm not crediting this person for this shift, but whatever this connection is, the energy, you took the energy of it and you have really evolved massively and come back into touch with your own heart space, really. It's fucking beautiful, actually. It's the Page of Cups. Tell me about this Page of Cups. It feels like your feminine energy was a little bit dormant. It needed to be stimulated. It needed to be like lit up. You needed to get butterflies. You needed to catch feelings just to remind yourself that it was possible or something like that. This is Page of Cups. The Page of Pentacles. It's like the Three of Swords, the Emperor. Romance is very much about uncertainty. The basis of romance is about uncertainty, about not knowing what is going to happen next, and that being appealing, that being exciting, that being potential, possibility, something in bloom, you don't know exactly where it could go or what it could be, and that is where the allure of it lies, right? Um, the Page of Cups, the Page of Pentacles, it's like you wanted to forget the pain for a second here. And this person did pull you out of that, and they gave you the opportunity to see that there's still things out there worth getting excited over, risking your heart over, you know? This person showed up in a very emperor-y energy. Um, and sometimes it takes a very strong masculine energy to like shake or stimulate or wake up a feminine energy that isn't functioning in its highest expression, you know? Because healthy feminine masculine energy will challenge one another, right? It will challenge each other to stay in healthy, confident alignment. And the energy just naturally does that. It's not something you have to consciously do. What's this Three of Pentacles in reverse? You're not committing to things you used to commit to, I feel like. Maybe things that you're just not passionate about, that you were just kind of stuck in doing the status quo. I feel like you're not settling. Yeah, the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. I feel like specifically in your love life, you were just either not committing at all, like there was no love life, really, no existing love life. You weren't putting yourself out there at all, or you were just dating the same kind of person all the time and you were bored, essentially. This person showed you that there's something different, or this connection just showed you there's more, there's something different, and you shouldn't settle. The Chariot. You're also in a more empowered place emotionally. Whether you feel disappointed by this connection or not is not really the point. You feel like you have clarity of emotion that you can direct and propel yourself forwards in some sort of beneficial way. You also feel reconnected to your intuition in a more grounded sense, more trusting of yourself, more receptive, yet you still have boundaries. I feel like you're showing yourself compassion and support. And you're in a very magnetic, creative kind of energy because you're surrendered and you're in your authentic like essence, which is super powerful. Yeah, the Ace of Wands and the Five of Wands in reverse. You're just not fucking around with anything that is drama or too much trouble, more trouble than it's worth. You are recognizing that your energy is currency, and every second of every fucking day you are spending your currency in some way or another. So what are you spending it on? What are you putting it towards? Are you putting it towards yourself? Because doing that is going to propel you forwards in a positive way. So this is where you are now after this person's influence in your life, which I think is really positive. Okay. I gotta stretch because I've got a cramp in my leg. Okay, so let me see here. The gifts that this connection gave you, the most prominent gifts that this connection gave you. You have renewal, the Oracle card renewal, the Nine of Pentacles, the Ten of Swords in reverse, and the Seven of Cups in reverse. I mean, this is really beautiful. Really beautiful energy. You know, I think that you have a soul contract with this person, because it seems that you've pushed one another into states of greater evolution, personal elevation. And usually the way that you can tell a difference between, or the difference, the biggest difference for me anyways, how I tell now, between a more every relationship is karmic, right? Because karma is just literally like the agreement to energetically work something out and learn from it with someone else, right? So there can be like heavier karmic relationships and like lighter ones. There can be ones that trigger you in a shadowy way, but where you get stuck in the shadow and you just feel like it brings the worst out of you. If it's creating or stimulating an energy that needs to be seen and recognized, but you don't want to stick around in, that's usually going to be a heavier karmic relationship that's more of like a lesson with an expiry date on it, right? But this type of connection that triggers positive growth in you in a more like compassionate or gentle way, the change is still happening on a very deep level as a result of this interaction, this connection, but it's happening in, it still feels softer. Even though it might feel incredibly intense, it still feels softer. It doesn't feel like it's harming you. It might feel like it's forcing you to grow or look at yourself in uncomfortable ways, but it's not the same sense of like, this is hurting me as the heavier relationships are, okay? And you'll know that through just feeling the connection, which one is which, like which one you're engaged with. You just have to choose to be honest with yourself about that, right? But this connection gave you the gift of renewal. I feel like it kind of pointed you home. It pointed you back at yourself in a really positive way, because the Nine of Pentacles energy is a very self-sufficient, I see my worth, I recognize myself, I'm aligned with my goals. This person may have seen where you were fearful, where you had doubts, paranoia, insecurities. It's almost like this person and maybe the two of you at one another are very clear mirrors. So they reflect back to you, and you maybe reflect to them as well. One another in a very, very clear way. So in that kind of connection, you can have massive amounts of healing, very deep healing and renewal, and just like power couple vibes, really. Because think of someone who sees your greatest potential and all of the things that you can use to reach that, but then they also see all the places where you are getting in your own way, all the places where you're insecure or you're scared and you don't need to be, you know, where your own blind spots and blockages. Think about two people that see those aspects in one another, and instead of using them to manipulate one another or to get what they want out of each other in a selfish way, they use that sight to mutually support and uplift one another so that they can both be the strongest versions of themselves, and then together be like an impenetrable badass unit, you know? Because anyone that points you back at yourself in that kind of way and helps you renew your spirit in this kind of way, I feel like is pretty invaluable. This person, not this person directly, but this connection, these are the gifts that came from it, right? So it's not necessarily this person that directly gave you the gifts, but it's like what you chose to create out of the energy. The Ten of Swords in reverse. You released some sort of heavy betrayal or deception. It could have even been guilt and shame towards yourself that you were carrying. The Nine of Wands in reverse. You had to release something painful that you were carrying because you saw that it was making you defensive, and had you held on to it, you wouldn't have been able to open yourself up to having feelings for this person. So it's like the truth of your feelings for this person forced you to deal with past pain in your life. You didn't do it for them, but it's like it highlighted like, oh, if you want to be ready for the kind of connection that is really deep and meaningful, then here are some things you still need to work on about yourself, right? And you also gained a lot of emotional clarity. This person could be right. Maybe you are someone that often has a lot of options, but I feel like before, or maybe even now, the reason why you haven't moved on them, or the reason that you're not always with someone, it could be partly because you didn't really know exactly what you wanted, and you didn't want to waste your time or someone else's, or just because you didn't really have a clear vision. None of the options really like appealed to you so strongly. I feel like this person came in and they showed you exactly what you didn't even know you wanted. You're like, oh, that's what my perfect fucking person looks like. Or like, that's what the perfect feeling of the connection feels like. You know, like that's what I want. And then you understood why all of the other things were not right, because you had something to contrast your past to. So you have this renewed emotional clarity that is not weighed down by the heaviness of the past, the guilt, the shame, the betrayal, the deception, whatever you experienced. You're more calibrated to your authentic self. You feel confident. You don't have everything that you want, but you know that you have the energy to make it happen, and it's only a matter of time. So yeah, the gifts that this person or this connection has given you are pretty beautiful. Clarity and like a new lightness here. So the highest, most abundant use of these gifts is the Empress in reverse with compassion and ascension. Yeah, you are the Empress here. And the Empress is just this incredibly, well, you came out as the divine feminine energy, right? So it is the divine feminine, but it's abundance, it's creativity, it's sensuality, sexuality, inspiration, chaos, manifestation. It's the feminine energy, which is like a force, a wild force of nature that can never really be fully tamed, controlled, and shouldn't be, right? So it's like you're learning to have, or you're being guided to use this energy that this connection gave you, to have more compassion on the parts of yourself, like on your shadow, the shadow side of your divine feminine energy. So that would be, hold on, let me just read the card. The divine feminine shadow attributes are, so it would be the places that you are insecure, needy, codependent, manipulative, inauthentic, over emotional, or playing the victim. That's the divine feminine when in its shadow or in its fall. Okay, so those are the things that you're going to be, you're being asked to look at and pour love on those places and those, yeah, those spaces. Have compassion with yourself, because I think that healing those specific spots within yourself is going to push you into an ascension period where you have a lot more confidence in who you are. And you see your strength. And the Empress is magnetic, abundant, like fertile soil that any dream can grow in and blossom and bloom in, right? So yeah, the Empress in reverse, it's like take this energy and keep pouring it onto yourself, all of your insecure places, and don't wait. Don't put your dreams on hold while you do that. Understand that you are both a work in progress and also like a complete masterpiece all at the same time. So there's an energy here of you just being gentle with yourself as you go through this ascension phase. You're coming into your power, and there's something that you had been waiting and longing for to come in before, something that you didn't think you were going to be successful in. It's like you mourned the loss, I think, of a certain opportunity. It could have even been with this person for some of you, but I feel like there's an opportunity that you really wanted to work out that you did end up mourning and releasing, but it's actually going to come back around. But it's in true universe fashion, is like you have to do it the right way, and there's no faking energy. So it's like the only way this is truly going to come back around is when you're in this Empress energy, and the only way you're going to get there is by pouring all of this love on yourself, right? So it's I love how the universe does that. It's like it forces you essentially to put yourself first, because it's like, well, you're not going to get what you want unless you do that anyways, right? Like that's literally how it works. So yeah, it's quite interesting. You're being forced to pour all of this on yourself. Not forced, but you're being guided to. That's the best use of the gifts and the energy. So lastly, what's the healthiest perspective or way to look at this connection? You get the Nine of Cups with the oracle cards, the womb and home. Aww. I just noticed that on the Nine of Cups, this woman is pregnant as well. And then you have the womb card here. This could be someone literally that you end up joining forces with once you're in a state of personal emotional fulfillment. You could come back together with this person once you're both done sort of doing some shadow work and individual growth. Essentially, once you've fought for yourselves, you could come back around and be actually in the energy to fight for this connection. There's a lot of potential and possibility coming up with this group. Like with the womb, it's like something waiting to be born. And then there's this home card. It's like something about this feels like home. The King of Wands. And Justice. Hey, Luna. Luna's going to say hi. Hi, cutie. How's it going? This is very interesting. For some of you, this person is someone that like is coming back around, and it's not because they're a lesson, it's because they've up leveled and they are matching your energy, and you are both mutually pulling in the energy of justice, of good karma. I feel strongly that there's a sense that you and this person could create like a home together, a life together, but you both have to put your own happiness and sovereignty first, essentially. And then you would have to meet together as two wholes coming together and creating like a unit, not two halves expecting to find completion in the other, you know, because that's not what it's about. But two very empowered, strong people coming together and creating, like I was explaining before, that like dope energy of two people that build each other up into the best that they can be. And then they exist in that really high vibrational state together. I mean, it's kind of optimal. So I kind of feel like, let me get like a little bit more clarity, but I do feel kind of like Spirit is saying you can have the perspective of this connection that it did show you back to yourself. It showed you what you're worth. For those of you who this isn't coming back around for, because there's also that energy, some of you have walked away from this and you're meant to. But for those people, this person was always meant to show you that the love is good even if someone else is not in it with you. This love is just as good as the Ten of Cups love. It just depends what you're looking for, right? But like when you're in the Nine of Cups, you're not wanting or desiring for anything. You're completely emotionally fulfilled. And that's when like the cherry on top finds you, right? For some of you, it was like this was meant to show you your own potential, what you could birth and create in this world, and how you've been limiting yourself. You've been caging yourself in, suffocating yourself, building glass ceilings. Um, and it's like once you see your true power and are in the sovereignty of that energy, that is when justice will come in for you. So for some of you, this is something that could come back around when you are fully focused on yourself. And for others of you, this was meant to just put the spotlight back on you, make you feel empowered and connected to your feminine and emotional energy and intuitive energy again, and just put you in that bad bitch mode where you again, you know what you're worth, and then you're radiating that energy and you call it in effortlessly. Because I feel like you were in a little bit of a rut before, which we all get into, so no shade, but you know, this person kind of showed you how brilliant you can be. And it's interesting because you chose the clean perfume. Where is it? The brand, I think, is Clean Reserve. It's almost like this person kind of like was, they kind of washed you clean a little bit, and showed you your own brilliance. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave the reading there. Group number 4, I'm sending you so much love. I hope it resonated. You can always let me know by liking, commenting, subscribing so that you can hang out with me more often, because I'd love to be your online bestie. So, yeah, I'm sending you lots and lots of love, my darlings. I hope that you're well out there, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye.